The highway was empty, stretched out under a blanket of darkness so complete it felt like driving through a void. I was making my usual late-night trip back home from a business meeting in Pittsburgh. It was the kind of drive I'd done dozens of times before. The two-lane state road winding through Allegheny County, with nothing but radio static and the dull hum of the engine to keep me company. That night, the sky was cloudless, stars scattered like tiny pinpricks of light. The road signs flashed past in the beams of my headlights, small rectangles of reflective metal announcing the next town, the distance to the next gas station, or a curve ahead. My car's dashboard glowed a soft green, the temperature steady, the fuel gauge showing more than enough to make it home. I felt tired but content, the kind of peaceful solitude that comes with night driving when the world seems to have quieted down. About an hour into the trip, I pulled off at a small rest stop just outside a town called Jennerstown. The place was deserted, not a single other car in the lot. I stepped out and stretched, looking up at the sky. The air was crisp, the cold settling into my jacket. I poured myself a cup of coffee from the vending machine and leaned against the side of the building, enjoying the stillness. As I sipped, I noticed movement at the edge of the parking lot. A man, maybe mid-30s, wearing a dark hoodie and jeans, stood by the edge of the woods that bordered the lot. His face was obscured by the shadow of his hood, but something about the way he stood, motionless, watching, made me uneasy. I decided not to engage and got back into my car. The moment I started the engine, the man disappeared into the trees. I told myself it was nothing, probably someone who was hiking or camping nearby. I drove on. The road narrowed as I left the town behind, the yellow dividing lines worn and cracked. The woods on either side thickened, dark trunks like silent sentinels guarding the night. The only sound was the tires on asphalt and the occasional chirp of a cricket or rustle of leaves in the breeze. I tuned the radio to a classic rock station, trying to shake the strange feeling I'd gotten at the rest stop. Then the radio went static. At first, I thought it was a bad signal, but the static didn't fade. It just stayed there, a low, constant white noise swallowing every station. I tried switching channels. Same thing. I fiddled with the dial trying to find any broadcast. Nothing. The static seemed to press in, filling the car with an eerie hum that made my skin crawl. I turned the radio off. Just then, the headlights caught something on the road up ahead, a figure standing in the middle of the lane, blocking my way. I slammed the brakes, heart pounding. The car skidded to a stop just a few feet from the silhouette. I blinked, trying to make out details. It was a woman, maybe in her late 20s, wearing a long white dress that looked out of place on this road. Her hair was long and dark, hanging loose around her shoulders. She stood completely still, facing me, with eyes that caught the light in a way that made them gleam unnaturally bright. I rolled the window down a crack and called out, "Are you okay? Do you need help?" She didn't respond. She just stared, expressionless. The cold wind pushed through the open window, bringing the smell of damp earth and something faintly metallic, like rusted blood. I started to feel a deep unease, that primal warning telling me to get out of there. I glanced behind me, no cars, no lights. Just the dark woods. The road stretched back empty and silent. "Hey, you need to move," I said, voice firmer this time. Still no response. She just tilted her head slightly, like she was listening to something I couldn't hear. My breath fogged in the cold air. I decided I couldn't wait around. I slowly closed the window, shifted the car into drive, and carefully edged forward. As I passed her, I caught a glimpse of her face in the side mirror. Pale, almost translucent, and streaked with dirt. Her eyes were hollow, black pits that seemed to swallow the light. I floored the gas and took the next curve fast, desperate to put distance between us. My heart was racing, hands gripping the steering wheel tight. The radio suddenly flickered back on, static giving way to a faint, distorted voice. It was hard to make out words, but it sounded like a radio drama, an old broadcast of a missing person report. Last seen on Route 219, disappeared without a trace, search ongoing, family desperate for answers. The voice crackled and warped, fading in and out. I switched the radio off again, trying to steady my breathing. As I drove on, the road began to twist and turn sharper, shadows lengthening like grasping fingers. I kept my eyes on the road, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Reflections in the rearview mirror flickered, sometimes just darkness, other times something more. A flash of movement caught my eye from the passenger side, a figure standing at the tree line, watching me. I blinked, but it was gone. The road suddenly dipped down into a narrow valley, and the headlights illuminated an old, rusted car wreck on the shoulder. The paint was peeling, the windows shattered, and the tires flat. The air smelled stale, mixed with gasoline and rot. I slowed down but kept moving. My mind spun with questions. Was this the scene from the broadcast? Was that woman real or something else? I reached for my phone to call someone, anything, but there was no signal. The screen showed no service. Panic bubbled up in my chest. Just then, my headlights caught another figure standing on the shoulder, closer this time. A man in a worn flannel shirt and jeans, face obscured by shadows. He raised an arm and waved me over. Something about him was off. His movements were jerky, unnatural. I shook my head and kept driving, hoping to get out of there. As I passed him, the man suddenly stepped into the lane, blocking the car. I slammed on the brakes again, heart pounding. The tires screeched as I skidded to a halt. The man's face was pale and expressionless, eyes dull and empty. He reached out a hand toward the car window. I locked the doors and revved the engine, then backed up a few feet and sped around him. The road stretched out before me, the darkness pressing in like a living thing. The radio remained silent, and the cold sweat on my forehead chilled me. Up ahead, the headlights illuminated an old wooden sign. Welcome to Shadewood. I knew that town. Small, mostly abandoned. It had a reputation for weird disappearances, stories of people vanishing in the woods or along the road at night. My dad used to tell me about it when I was a kid, said you didn't want to drive through there after dark. I debated turning around, but the highway curved tightly, and the next exit was miles ahead. I had no choice but to keep going. The road narrowed further, the trees leaning over the pavement like skeletal arms. The shadows deepened, and the air grew thick, almost suffocating. Then the car radio flickered again, and the voice came back, louder this time. Another victim found, no signs of struggle, disappeared near Shadewood. Locals say the woods are cursed. The voice distorted, and static crackled through the speakers, drowning out the broadcast. I slammed the radio off, heart racing. I pressed harder on the gas, desperate to get through this stretch. Then headlights appeared in my rearview mirror. Another car, fast approaching. At first I felt relief, someone else on the road. But the car's lights were strange, too bright, almost too close, and the driver made no attempt to pass. The car stayed behind me, following at the same speed. I glanced at the mirror again. No driver visible, just a silhouette that didn't quite look human. Panic surged. I tried to take the next turn off, but the exit sign flashed and disappeared as I neared it, replaced by a blank patch of darkness. It was like the road itself was shifting. I slammed the brakes, skidding into a small clearing off the road. The other car stopped behind me, engine off, lights still blazing. I sat frozen, watching as a figure stepped out, a tall man wearing a long coat and a wide-brimmed hat that shadowed his face. He walked slowly toward my car, and as he got closer, I saw his eyes, empty, black, burning with a strange intensity. The door handle rattled. I locked the doors and started the engine. The figure stepped back, and the other car vanished, as if swallowed by the night. I tore back onto the road, heart pounding, eyes wide. The rest of the drive was a blur of shadows and fear. Every turn seemed to lead deeper into the darkness, the trees closing in, the radio dead. Finally, I saw the first lights of my town in the distance. Relief washed over me. I pulled into my driveway, trembling. When I looked in the mirror one last time, the road behind was empty. The night was silent again. But I never forgot those eyes in the darkness or the way the road seemed alive, hungry. I never took Route 219 after midnight again. Story the end. The road was nearly empty when I left my friend's place in the small town just outside of Asheville, North Carolina. It was around midnight on a cold October night, and the fog had begun to roll in thick and heavy, blanketing the narrow winding roads in a chilling haze. I wasn't in any rush. I knew the drive home would take about an hour, maybe a little more, since I didn't want to push the speed too much on the curvy mountain roads. The air smelled damp, mixed with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and pine, the kind of night that seemed to hold its breath. The highway I was on was U.S. Route 74, a stretch notorious for its twists and turns as it carved through the Appalachian Mountains. I had driven this road plenty of times during the day, but at night it felt completely different. The trees loomed like silent sentinels on either side, their branches stretching out like long fingers trying to touch the car. The headlights barely cut through the thick mist ahead. About 15 minutes into the drive, I noticed the fuel gauge was creeping toward empty. I glanced at my phone to check if there was a nearby gas station. No signal. Of course. That was typical for this area. I figured I'd come across something soon enough. There was supposed to be a small convenience store in the next town, about 10 miles down the road. I kept the radio on low, just enough to hear the soft hum of classic rock songs. The familiar voices helped keep me calm as I navigated the dark twists. Somewhere around the halfway point between towns, I caught sight of a figure standing by the roadside. At first, I thought it was just a tree stump or some odd shape in the fog, but as I got closer, I realized it was a man. He was wearing a long, dark coat, his face obscured by the shadows and the fog. He stood perfectly still, his posture rigid, almost unnatural. For a moment, I thought maybe he was hitchhiking, but then I saw the way he held his arms, stiff like a mannequin, and my gut twisted. I slowed down and rolled the window down a little. "Hey, you need a ride?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. The man didn't respond. He just stared straight ahead, unblinking. His eyes seemed impossibly dark, absorbing the light rather than reflecting it. A chill ran down my spine. I nodded to myself and began to accelerate again. No way was I stopping here. The air in the car suddenly felt heavier, like the fog had seeped inside. The radio crackled, a brief burst of static almost drowned out the music, then went silent. I flicked the switch, but nothing happened. The entire dashboard was dead. No lights, no noise, just silence. The headlights flickered once, then dimmed. Panic bubbled up as the road disappeared into near darkness. I reached instinctively for my phone to use the flashlight app, but the screen was frozen. My breath came out in quick puffs. I tried the ignition. The engine sputtered, then roared back to life. The lights flickered, but the radio stayed silent. As I drove on, my headlights finally caught sight of the man again. He had stepped closer to the edge of the road, now just a few feet away, but his face was still impossible to make out. I blinked, and he was gone. I swerved slightly, my heart pounding. Was I imagining things? I pulled over to the shoulder and grabbed my phone again. Still no signal, still frozen. I told myself to calm down. Maybe it was just the fog playing tricks on my eyes. Maybe I was tired and stressed. After a moment, I forced myself to drive again, this time even slower, watching the sides of the road carefully. About 5 minutes later, I spotted a faint glow in the distance. Warm yellow light spilling out from what looked like a small gas station or rest stop. Relief washed over me as I pulled in. The place looked old, like something out of another decade. The sign flickered with a faded neon light that buzzed quietly. I killed the engine and sat for a moment, catching my breath. As I stepped out into the cold air, I noticed the silence. No cars, no voices, just the faint hum of a flickering fluorescent bulb above the entrance. I walked inside. The store was empty, aisles dusty and shelves half-stocked. Behind the counter stood a woman who looked up slowly, her eyes tired but kind. "Long drive tonight?" she asked, voice low. "Yeah," I said, smiling a little. "Lost signal for a while. I was starting to get worried." She nodded. "You're not the first. This stretch can get lonely after dark." I bought some gas and a bottle of water, then stepped back outside. The fog had thickened, swallowing the gas station in a ghostly glow. As I climbed back into the car, I glanced down the road. For a moment, I thought I saw the man again, standing at the edge of the trees, watching. I shook my head and started the engine. The dashboard lights came back on. The radio crackled, then resumed softly playing music. The drive home continued without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me in the fog. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I thought I caught a glimpse of movement, shadowy shapes slipping behind the trees. When I finally pulled into my driveway just before 2 a.m., the fog had lifted. The stars were bright and the air was cold but clear. I locked the car and stepped inside, heart still racing. I told myself it was just my imagination, a tired mind playing tricks after a long night. But the memory of those dark, empty roads, the silent man, and the flickering lights stayed with me. Weeks later, I looked up news reports and local stories about that part of Route 74. I found a few mentions of disappearances and strange sightings over the years. One in particular caught my eye: a man who had vanished along that stretch nearly 30 years ago, never found. Witnesses said they'd seen a figure in a dark coat standing by the road late at night, but when drivers stopped to help, the man would vanish without a trace. I never did figure out exactly what I saw that night, but every time I drive through that foggy mountain road now, I keep my eyes peeled and my hands ready on the wheel. Story the end. It was a little past midnight when Mark decided to take the long way home from his friend's house party. The main highway was packed with cars, most heading out for the weekend or back to their families. But Mark wasn't in the mood for that noise, the honking, and the slow crawl of traffic. He wanted the quiet, just him, the empty road, and the steady hum of his car's engine. He figured the back roads would be deserted at this hour. Mark's old sedan wound its way through the outskirts of a small Midwestern town. The street lights here were few and far between, flickering dimly in the night like fading fireflies. His phone's GPS led him down a narrow two-lane road called Pine Ridge, a stretch he hadn't driven before. The trees loomed tall on either side, their branches clawing at the edges of his headlights, casting long, twitching shadows on the asphalt. He didn't think much of it at first, just another quiet road through the woods. The radio played a low, static-filled country song as he eased along, but about 10 minutes in, the feeling of isolation began to gnaw at him. The road felt tighter, darker, and somehow wrong. Out of nowhere, a figure appeared on the side of the road, illuminated by his headlights. Mark slammed on the brakes, heart pounding as the car screeched to a halt just inches from the figure. It was a man, tall and thin, wearing what looked like a soaked denim jacket, his face pale in the dim light. He was standing with one arm outstretched, thumb pointing upwards. A hitchhiker. Mark's first instinct was to lock the doors, but something about the man's eyes, hollow, desperate, made him pause. The rational part of his mind said it was a bad idea. Stories about hitchhikers gone wrong raced through his head. But the night was cold, and the man looked genuinely stranded. After a moment's hesitation, Mark rolled down the window a crack. "Where are you headed?" he asked. The man's lips parted, but no sound came out at first. Then, almost inaudibly, he whispered, "Anywhere but here." Mark felt a chill creep down his spine. "I'm headed toward Millfield." "You want a ride?" The man nodded, and Mark unlocked the door. The man slipped in silently, the car instantly feeling heavier, colder somehow. Mark swallowed hard and glanced at him in the rearview mirror. The man's face was streaked with dirt and tears, eyes wide and unblinking. They drove in silence for a while, the only sounds the soft rustling of the rain now beginning to fall and the rhythmic tapping on the windshield. Mark tried to make conversation. "You okay? What happened?" The man didn't respond. His gaze was fixed out the back window, and Mark could swear he saw something move in the trees behind them. A flash of white, like a ghostly figure darting between the trunks. He blinked and shook his head. Maybe it was his imagination. Maybe the exhaustion from the party was catching up with him. After another few minutes, the man finally spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "Don't stop." Mark's heart jumped. "What do you mean?" "Stop where?" "Anywhere," the man said. "Just don't stop." The rain started to fall harder, the windshield wipers squeaking in protest. The road ahead twisted sharply, lined by thick woods that seemed to close in on the car like a cage. Mark tried to keep calm, telling himself he was just on edge. He focused on the road, but the headlights barely penetrated the downpour. Then, out of nowhere, a pair of headlights appeared in the distance, speeding fast behind them. Mark's pulse quickened. The other car closed in fast, tailing them too closely. He glanced at the man in the back seat, who suddenly tensed. "Who's that?" Mark asked nervously. The man shook his head. "They're coming." Mark's grip tightened on the steering wheel as the car behind them flicked its high beams, blinding him momentarily. The sound of a horn blared, and Mark swerved slightly, struggling to keep control on the slick road. "Drive faster," the man urged, voice sharp now. Mark hit the gas, the tires skidding as they took a curve. But the other car matched his speed, the headlights relentless. "Why are they after us?" Mark shouted. The man's eyes finally met his in the mirror. "Because you shouldn't have stopped." Mark's stomach dropped. Panic flooded his veins. He pushed the car harder, weaving through the bends as the other vehicle gained ground. Trees flashed by in a blur, branches scraping the sides of the car. Suddenly, the man in the back reached forward and gripped Mark's shoulder. "Turn here. Now." Mark didn't hesitate. He swung the wheel sharply onto a narrow dirt path that led into the woods. The headlights behind them slowed and then vanished at the entrance. The dirt path was rough and uneven, making the car bounce violently. Rain soaked through the windows, cold and relentless. Mark's heart hammered in his chest as they plunged deeper into the forest. After what felt like an eternity, the car came to a stop near a clearing. The man unbuckled and opened the door, stepping out into the wet night. "Thank you," he said quietly, turning to Mark with a faint, sad smile. "You saved me." Mark didn't understand. Who were they? Who was chasing you? The man's eyes darkened. "They're not living, and they never stop." Before Mark could ask more, the man slipped away into the trees, disappearing into the mist. Mark sat frozen in his car, the rain dripping steadily. Moments later, the headlights appeared again at the edge of the clearing. Only this time, there was no car behind them. The forest was silent, except for the soft patter of rain and the distant echo of footsteps. Mark started the engine and sped back toward the highway, vowing never to take the back roads at night again. Story the end. It was the kind of night that seemed to swallow light whole. The sky was a deep, inky black, thick clouds blotting out the stars and moon. The highway stretched out endlessly, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through a landscape of shadowy trees and empty fields. Jake had been driving for hours, the steady hum of his old pickup truck the only sound breaking the silence of the night. He was making the trip back home after a long weekend visiting a friend upstate. It was late, well past midnight, and he was tired. The road was mostly deserted, save for the occasional flicker of headlights in the distance. He glanced at the gas gauge, noting it was creeping toward empty. There was a rest stop a few miles ahead. He planned to pull over, stretch his legs, maybe grab a coffee from the vending machine. The radio was playing Static, a faint oldies station that had been crackling in and out since he crossed the county line. Jake flipped through the stations, but none came through clearly. He sighed and turned it off, preferring the quiet. As he drove, the woods on either side of the highway seemed to close in tighter. The trees were tall, skeletal against the dark sky, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. The road curved gently, and as he rounded a bend, his headlights illuminated something on the shoulder, a figure standing still and motionless. Jake slowed down instinctively, squinting to get a better look. The figure was tall, wearing a long coat, and appeared to be looking down at something in their hands. He felt a flicker of unease. It was strange to see someone out here, in the middle of nowhere, so late at night. He debated whether to stop and offer help. Part of him felt wary. He'd heard stories about hitchhikers and people who preyed on drivers on deserted roads, but another part felt the pull of basic human kindness. He decided to slow to a crawl and roll down the window. "Hey, you okay?" he called, his voice cutting through the quiet. The figure didn't respond, just kept staring down at whatever was in their hands. Jake's breath caught. It looked like a phone, but the screen wasn't glowing. Maybe it was broken. He slowed even more and pulled off the road just past the figure, parking on the gravel shoulder. The engine idled. He grabbed his flashlight from the glove compartment and stepped out. The night was colder than he expected, the air biting against his skin. He approached the figure cautiously, shining the light on their face. The flashlight revealed a woman, her hair dark and tangled, eyes fixed downward. Her face was pale, almost ghostly in the beam. She looked up suddenly, and Jake froze. Her eyes were completely black. No whites, no irises, just deep, empty blackness. He stumbled backward, heart hammering. The woman smiled, a slow, deliberate smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Need a ride?" she asked, her voice soft but chilling. Jake swallowed hard. He glanced back at his truck, then at the figure. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to lock the doors and drive away, but his legs felt like lead. I think I'm good," he managed to say. The woman's smile widened. She took a step toward him, but then stopped, cocking her head like a curious animal. "Not going to stop?" she whispered. Jake stepped back toward his truck, fumbling for the door handle. The woman watched him, silent now, her black eyes boring into him. He jumped into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut, locking it instantly. His hands trembled as he started the engine and peeled back onto the highway. The woman's image burned into his mind. He kept glancing in the rearview mirror, but when he looked back, the woman was gone. The rest of the drive was tense. Jake tried to shake off the encounter, telling himself it was some trick of the light or his tired mind playing games. But deep down, he knew something about that woman wasn't right. Half an hour later, he reached the rest stop he'd been aiming for. He parked under the dim streetlights and got out, stretching and breathing in the cold night air. The vending machines were quiet, and the place was deserted. As he grabbed a coffee, he noticed the small bulletin board by the entrance. There was a flyer pinned there, yellowed and worn. Missing person, Emily Parker, last seen hitchhiking on Route 47. If seen, please call. Jake's blood ran cold. The woman's name was Emily Parker, the same woman he'd just seen standing by the roadside with those black eyes. He looked up, scanning the surrounding area, but there was no sign of her. Shaking, he got back into his truck, deciding it was best to finish the drive home as fast as possible. As he merged back onto the highway, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, heart pounding. It was a text from an unknown number. "Thank you for stopping." Jake's breath caught in his throat. He looked up into the rearview mirror again, half expecting to see her there. But the road behind was empty. He sped up, trying to put as much distance between himself and the encounter as possible. But the feeling of being watched lingered, heavy and unshakable as he drove through the endless darkness. Story the end. It was just past midnight when Josh pulled onto the long stretch of Highway 62. He had been driving all day, making his way from Kansas City to a small town in Arkansas where his sister had recently moved. The night was clear, the moon hanging low and casting a pale glow over the rolling hills that flanked the highway. The road was mostly empty, save for the occasional semi-truck thundering past in the opposite direction. Josh didn't mind the solitude. After all, it was part of the reason he preferred to drive at night. Less traffic, less hassle. He had the radio playing softly, an old country station his dad used to listen to, with songs about heartbreak and trucks and dusty roads. The warmth of the cab, the steady hum of the engine, and the rhythmic flash of the yellow lines beneath the tires had a kind of hypnotic effect on him. Josh's mind started to drift, replaying memories of his childhood and wondering how his sister was settling into her new life. About an hour into the drive, the radio suddenly crackled and went static. Josh twisted the dial, trying to find another station, but every channel was just noise. He frowned, thinking it was strange, but kept driving. After all, this was a rural area. Radio coverage was spotty in places. He glanced at his phone, hoping for some GPS help. No signal. The little icon in the corner blinked with a red X. No bars at all. Shrugging, Josh decided to trust the directions he'd memorized earlier that day. The highway was supposed to take him directly to his sister's town, though from what he'd read online, cell coverage was notoriously bad out here. As the miles slipped by, Josh noticed the road growing darker. The trees, mostly oaks and pines, closed in tighter, casting long, flickering shadows as the headlights sliced through the darkness. Occasionally, he'd catch the glint of a deer's eyes in the woods, or the sudden flutter of a crow taking flight. The silence was thick. The only sounds were the engine, the occasional squeak of the tires on the worn asphalt, and the faint rustling of wind through the trees. Josh found himself gripping the steering wheel a little tighter, though he wasn't sure why. Up ahead, a dim flicker caught his eye, something moving at the edge of the woods. At first, he thought it might be another car's headlights, but there was no other vehicle in sight. Then, a figure stepped onto the shoulder of the road, illuminated faintly by the car's beam. Josh slowed down instinctively, pulling the truck to a stop a little ways past the figure. It was a woman, tall and thin, wearing a white dress that seemed to ripple even though the night was still. Her hair was long and black, hanging loose around her shoulders. She stood perfectly still, staring at the truck with empty, dark eyes. Josh swallowed hard, suddenly feeling an unease creeping up his spine. He rolled the window down just a crack and asked, "Are you okay? Do you need help?" She said nothing. Her lips parted slightly as if to speak, but no sound came out. Josh glanced around. There was nothing else but trees and dark fields stretching into the distance. "Hey, you all right?" he said again, his voice a little firmer now. The woman suddenly took a step forward, just one, but that was enough to make Josh slam the window shut. His heart pounded in his chest, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. He started the truck, threw it into gear, and eased past her slowly, keeping an eye on the side mirror. When he looked back, she was gone. Just like that, vanished into the night. Josh told himself it was just his imagination, or maybe someone playing a prank. But something about the way she looked, like she wasn't quite real, gnawed at him. He sped up, eager to get out of that part of the highway. The road twisted and dipped through the hills. After another 15 minutes, Josh saw the familiar flicker of a small gas station sign. Relief flooded him as he pulled in, turned off the engine, and stepped out. The station was almost deserted. An old man stood behind the counter, cleaning the glass of the display case. Josh went inside, bought a bottle of water, and asked if there was cell service nearby. The man nodded, eyes flicking to the window. "Not much round here after dark. You're close to the edge of the county. Some folks say this stretch is a little cursed. Weird things happen on this road." Josh raised an eyebrow. "Cursed?" The man shrugged. "Old stories. People go missing. Cars break down for no reason. Sometimes you see things that shouldn't be there. Best to keep driving." Josh laughed nervously. "Sounds like a horror movie." The man smiled thinly. "Maybe, but some say it's true." Josh thanked him and stepped back outside. As he pulled away from the station, the wind picked up. The radio still crackled with static. He glanced down the road. The highway stretched straight and empty into the dark. About 10 miles later, the truck started to sputter. Josh cursed, realizing the fuel light was blinking. He hadn't gotten much gas after all. He eased the truck onto the shoulder, trying to keep calm. He popped the hood and peered inside the engine bay, but nothing looked obviously wrong. The fuel gauge hovered near empty. Josh pulled out his phone again. Still no signal. He sighed. This stretch of road was isolated and the nearest town was miles away. He decided to wait and see if a passing car might stop. Minutes passed. Then a faint glow appeared behind him. Headlights coming fast. Josh waved his arms as the car neared, but it didn't slow. It raced past, kicking up dust and disappearing into the distance. "Great," Josh muttered. He got back in the truck and locked the doors. He debated whether to try walking for help, but decided against it. The woods looked dense and forbidding. As he sat there, the engine suddenly roared back to life on its own, the truck lurching forward. Josh yelped, gripping the wheel. The truck coasted a few yards, then stalled again. He tried the key, then turned the ignition again. The engine caught, this time steady. Shaken, Josh started driving slowly, eyes darting to the woods as shadows seemed to shift just beyond the headlights' reach. Then, out of nowhere, the figure appeared again, right in the middle of the lane. Josh slammed on the brakes, the truck screeching to a halt inches from her. The woman stood there, expressionless, the white dress glowing faintly. Josh's breath fogged the inside of the windshield. He stared, heart pounding. The woman lifted a pale hand and pointed down the road as if urging him to keep going. Josh hesitated, then shifted into gear and drove past her carefully. As he passed, the woman turned and walked slowly into the woods. The radio crackled back to life, playing a soft, eerie tune that sent chills down Josh's spine. The road seemed endless now, the darkness thickening around him. Suddenly, headlights appeared behind him, this time moving slow. Josh glanced in the rearview mirror. The car was tailing him, just a few hundred feet back. He sped up, the engine growling, but the car matched his pace, never closing the gap. Josh's nerves frayed. He took a sharp turn onto a side road he vaguely remembered from the map, hoping to lose the tail. The car followed. Panic rising, Josh drove faster, gripping the wheel as if his life depended on it. Up ahead, the road narrowed and twisted between tall cliffs. Josh's headlights caught glimpses of that same woman on the shoulder, standing and watching him pass. The tailing car's lights blinked off suddenly, then came back on, closer now. Josh's heart thudded painfully. Then the radio went dead again, the screen flickering black. Suddenly, the truck shuddered violently. The headlights dimmed and went out. Josh was plunged into darkness. He fumbled for the flashlight on the dash, clicking it on. The tailing car was gone, but the woman's silhouette appeared in front of the truck, close enough to reach out and touch. Josh screamed, slamming the door locked. He hammered the ignition again. The engine roared to life. He threw the truck into reverse and sped backward. The woman vanished. Josh looked up and saw the lights of a small town ahead. Finally. He raced toward it, not daring to look back. When he pulled into a gas station, the attendant looked at him strangely. "Where were you? You look like you've seen a ghost." Josh nodded. "You could say that." He filled the tank, sat for a moment, and then called his sister. His voice trembled as he told her to meet him at the nearest diner. The night's terror clung to him, the memory of those empty eyes and the endless road refusing to fade. Josh would never drive that highway at night again. Story the end. The night had settled in with a thick, almost suffocating stillness. It was one of those nights where the world feels paused, as if time itself is holding its breath. I was driving through rural West Virginia, the road twisting like a snake through the hills, and the only light came from the yellow glow of my headlights, piercing the dense darkness. The moon was barely visible, obscured by heavy clouds that threatened rain. I'd left my friend's house after a late dinner, the roads nearly empty except for the occasional rustle of wildlife disappearing into the shadows. I wasn't in a hurry. The trip was supposed to be a relaxing drive to clear my head after a rough week. I'd been stuck in a dead-end job, dealing with family drama, and the kind of loneliness that creeps in when you feel disconnected from everything. The night drive was my escape. Just me, the road, and the hum of the engine. But as the miles ticked by, the feeling of being alone started twisting into something else, a low, gnawing unease. The road narrowed suddenly, the yellow center lines fading away, replaced by just the thin white stripes at the edges. I glanced at my dashboard. I had maybe 2 hours of gas left. The GPS showed a tiny dot labeled Riverside Junction coming up. I didn't recognize the name, and the map looked bare, just a few roads snaking off into the forest. The last gas station was miles back, and I was running low. I told myself I'd find something at Riverside Junction. As I approached the town, the headlights caught on the edges of an old, weather-beaten sign hanging from a sagging post. "Welcome to Riverside Junction." The paint was chipped, the letters barely legible, but there it was. I slowed down, expecting to see some kind of cluster of buildings, lights, maybe a gas station or a diner, but the road ended abruptly at a gravel lot that looked like a forgotten parking area, lined by thick woods on either side. No streetlights, no buildings, just the dense blackness beyond the trees. I pulled off onto the gravel and stopped the car. The silence was overwhelming. Not even the chirping of crickets or the rustle of leaves. Nothing. I flicked on my high beams, trying to see down the gravel road that led into the forest, but the light faded into the thick shadows of the trees after a few yards. I turned off the car, and the sudden quiet was like a physical weight pressing against my ears. I checked my phone. No signal. Typical for the area, but the isolation hit me hard all at once. The wind started to pick up, brushing dead leaves across the ground, whispering through the branches. I debated whether to stay in the car or try to find a place to get gas or help. My gut told me to leave, but the gas was almost empty, and the main highway was miles back. I decided to wait a bit, thinking maybe someone would come along or that I could get a signal. I leaned back in the seat, letting the darkness outside blur through the windows. That's when I noticed something else: the smell. It was faint at first, a cold metallic scent that didn't belong in the clean forest air. It reminded me of old blood and rust, like something had been there long ago and never left. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me. Minutes passed. Then, from the shadows just beyond the edge of the headlights, I thought I saw movement, a flicker of something shifting between the trees. I blinked hard, but it was gone. Maybe an animal. Maybe my imagination playing tricks. I shook my head and started the engine, preparing to back out and head back to the highway. The moment the car rumbled alive, the movement came again, this time clearer. A figure stepping slowly into the faint glow from my headlights, barely visible. Tall, thin, hunched slightly, wearing dark clothes that blended with the night. It was standing just at the edge of the gravel lot. I froze, heart pounding. The figure didn't move closer, didn't wave or call out. It just stood there, watching me. The headlights flickered, and in that brief pulse of darkness, the figure seemed to disappear. When the lights came back, nothing was there. I stepped out of the car, trying to sound confident, though my hands shook. Hello? Hey, do you need help? My voice was barely more than a whisper, swallowed by the night. No answer. The air felt colder now, as if the night itself was closing in around me. I took a few steps forward toward where the figure had been, but all I found was crunching leaves and broken twigs. I scanned the trees but saw nothing. No sign of footprints or movement. It was like the figure had never existed. I was about to call it a trick of my tired mind when my phone buzzed. Signal. I grabbed it, relief flooding me. But the message wasn't from anyone I knew. It was a text from an unknown number. The message read, "Don't look back." I laughed nervously, telling myself it was a prank or some glitch. I started to walk back to the car, my footsteps loud on the gravel. That's when I heard it, a low, rasping breath just behind me. I spun around, heart in my throat. Nothing. The trees swayed, but no figure. No sound but my own ragged breathing. I got in the car and locked the doors, my hands slick with sweat. The engine roared to life, and I pulled back onto the gravel road, eager to get back to the highway. As I drove, the lights from the town faded behind me, swallowed by the darkness. The radio crackled, and for a moment, a faint voice whispered through the static. I turned it up, straining to hear. "Leave. Now." The voice was barely audible, but unmistakably human. The words echoed in my mind, chilling me to the bone. I switched the radio off, focusing on the road ahead. But the feeling of being watched didn't leave. About 20 minutes later, the highway appeared again, a ribbon of yellow lines cutting through the black. Relief washed over me like a wave. I pulled onto the highway, speeding up, wanting nothing more than to put distance between me and that place. But the night wasn't done with me. As I drove, I started seeing things in the corners of my eyes. Shadows flitting across the tree line, shapes that vanished when I tried to focus. The radio crackled again, static breaking the silence, sometimes interrupted by whispers, other times by eerie silence. At one point, I stopped at a rest area to stretch. The parking lot was empty except for my car. As I stepped out, the cool night air hit me hard, and the sky was clear now, stars faint through the drifting clouds. I walked toward the small restroom, but as I approached, the door slammed shut on its own. Startled, I stepped back, my breath visible in the cold air. That's when I saw them, footprints leading from the building into the woods. They were too large to be mine and too fresh to be old. I debated calling the police, but my phone was dead again, and I was miles from anywhere. Deciding to get back on the road, I hurried to my car. Once inside, I locked the doors and tried to start the engine. It sputtered, then caught. As I pulled out, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the lot, the same tall, thin one from earlier, head tilted in that impossible angle, motionless. I sped away, not daring to look back until I reached the next town, where the streetlights and people felt like safety. That night haunted me for weeks. I kept replaying every detail in my head, trying to rationalize it. Exhaustion, tricks of the mind, something natural I couldn't explain. But the key was the last thing I found. In my glove compartment, there was a small scrap of paper, folded carefully. I never put it there. Unfolding it, I found a single phrase scrawled in messy handwriting. They wait in the dark. Never stop watching. I never went back to Riverside Junction or that stretch of road. Every time I pass through rural West Virginia now, I keep the tank full, and I avoid driving at night. Sometimes, when the wind is just right, I still swear I hear breathing outside my window, slow, steady, and waiting. Story the end. The road was empty. The kind of emptiness that stretches for miles in every direction with no other cars, no streetlights, no houses, just black pavement cutting through endless forest. It was just past midnight, and I was driving home from a work conference in a small town 3 hours east of where I lived. I'd taken the back roads to avoid traffic and keep the drive a little more interesting. What I didn't know was how quickly that choice would turn into a nightmare. I had the radio on low, a late-night talk show filling the cabin of my old Subaru as the tires hummed over cracked asphalt. My phone was plugged into the charger, but had no signal, something I expected when heading out into rural areas like this. I wasn't worried. I'd done this drive dozens of times before, sometimes even at night, and nothing unusual had ever happened. The first warning sign came about an hour in. I was rounding a curve where the road climbed a small ridge, and my headlights picked up something, At first, I thought it was a reflection from a road sign, but as I drew closer, I realized it was a pair of eyes. Not animal eyes either. Human. Pale, almost glowing in the dark. They were staring right at me from the side of the road. I slammed on the brakes, heart pounding. The car skidded slightly as I slowed to a stop. I peered out the window but saw nothing. Just trees, thick and silent. The eyes had vanished. I blinked, wondering if the lack of sleep was messing with me. Maybe it was a deer or an owl reflecting my headlights weirdly. I started driving again, slower this time, my fingers gripping the wheel tight enough to leave white marks. 10 minutes later, I saw a figure standing near the edge of the road. A woman, I thought at first. Long hair, pale dress or coat, it was hard to tell in the dim light. She didn't move as I passed, just stood there looking straight at me. I forced my foot down, wanting to get away faster, but every curve seemed sharper than it should be. My headlights suddenly flickered. The dashboard lights dimmed briefly, then flicked back on. I swallowed hard. The woman was gone. I told myself it was a trick of the light or my imagination. But the air felt colder, like the car had entered a different world. A few miles later, my phone finally pinged with a weak signal. I pulled over at a tiny rest stop, a gravel pullout with a faded sign for a hiking trail. I needed a break, and maybe to get a better signal. I got out, stretching my legs, the cold night air biting at my skin. I checked my phone, just one bar. As I looked up, I saw movement among the trees. That same pale figure just standing a few yards off the path, staring at me. I blinked. She was closer now. Too close. I could see her face, or at least what should have been a face. Pale skin stretched tight over sharp cheekbones, eyes too dark and wide, lips pressed into a thin, colorless line. I backed away slowly, my breath fogging in the cold. Suddenly, she was gone. I ran back to the car, slammed the door, locked it, and sat with the engine running, hands shaking. I tried to tell myself I was being ridiculous. The night air was messing with me. I just needed to get home. I started driving again, watching the road, heart racing. And then something I will never forget. Just up ahead, in the middle of the road, was a child. Small, standing perfectly still in the middle of the lane. A little boy, maybe 6 or 7 years old, wearing a tattered jacket and jeans. I slammed on the brakes. He didn't move. I leaned on the horn. No response. I got out of the car cautiously, my pulse hammering in my ears. "Hey, are you okay?" I called. He turned slowly. His face was pale, but not normal. His eyes were black holes, empty and void. His mouth opened in a silent scream. I stumbled back, heart pounding. Then he was gone. I jumped back in the car and locked the doors. I put it into reverse and spun around on the narrow road. I wasn't driving back the way I came. I was going straight to the interstate. Every shadow seemed alive now, every noise amplified. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that boy standing behind me. But nothing was there. When I finally hit the highway and saw the familiar glowing signs of the interstate, I breathed easier, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was out there was still watching me. I didn't stop until I pulled into my driveway 3 hours later, dawn just breaking. The night had been longer than any night I'd ever experienced. And even now, sometimes when I drive alone after dark, I see those eyes in the trees, and I know they're watching. Story the end. The night had settled over the highway like a thick blanket, wrapping everything in a stillness that felt heavier than usual. The kind of stillness that makes the few scattered sounds, like the hum of tires on asphalt or the occasional distant howl of a coyote, echo too loudly in the darkness. I was alone in my car, driving down a long stretch of 2-lane highway in rural Oklahoma, heading back home after a business trip that ran late. The clock on the dashboard read just past midnight. My name's Mark, and I've driven these roads a dozen times before. Nothing special about this route, just the usual lonely, dark highways that connect small towns and farms. But that night, everything felt off from the moment I got onto the highway. I had been on the road about 40 minutes when the first strange thing happened. The radio, a crackling AM station I'd been listening to all evening, suddenly went dead. One moment it was playing soft country music, the next all I got was static, then silence. I fiddled with the dial, but the radio was dead. No matter how I adjusted it, no signal. Even the CD player wouldn't work. The dashboard lights dimmed momentarily. I thought maybe it was a power glitch and shrugged it off. I had a full tank of gas, the headlights were working fine, and my phone showed full bars. I tried calling my wife Lisa, but no answer. Probably asleep. I told myself to relax. It was just a late night drive. I kept my eyes on the road, scanning the dark fields on either side, the occasional farmhouse windows dimly glowing. The highway was mostly empty. No other cars in sight for miles. The rain had stopped earlier, leaving behind slick pavement that reflected the orange glow of the street lamps in strange, distorted shapes. Then I saw it. A figure standing on the side of the road. I blinked and slowed down, the car's engine humming lower as I dropped to about 45 miles per hour. The figure was a man, or at least he looked like one, wearing a long, dark coat and a hat pulled low over his face. He stood perfectly still, as if waiting for something. No sign of a car, no flashlight, no reflective gear, just a silhouette against the tall grass. I hesitated. I considered stopping to ask if he needed help, but the road was narrow and there was nowhere to pull off safely. I glanced in my rearview mirror and saw nothing behind me. I decided to keep driving, but slowed down just a bit more, giving the man a wide berth. As I passed, I caught a glimpse of his face, pale, expressionless, eyes that reflected the dim headlights like glass. It sent a cold shiver down my spine. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, maybe someone hitchhiking or a farmer out late. I glanced back once I was well past him, but he was gone. No movement, no sign of him retreating into the field, just vanished. Shaking my head, I tried to focus on the road. The rest of the drive should have been uneventful. About 10 miles down the road, I noticed my car's headlights flicker. One moment bright, the next dimming almost to black before flickering back on. The road ahead was swallowed in shadows for a split second each time. I cursed under my breath and pulled off at the next rest stop, hoping to check the lights. The rest stop was empty, except for a few trash bins rattling in the wind. As I got out, the cold night air hit me sharply, and the silence felt complete, oppressive almost. I popped the hood, checked the lights, the wiring, nothing unusual. I turned the car off and back on. Headlights worked fine now. As I got back in the driver's seat, I noticed my phone screen flicker strangely, the battery meter dipping fast even though it had been full before. It dropped to 0, the screen going dark. I tried again. Dead. I was alone, no radio, no phone, no headlights I could trust. The only thing I had was the road ahead and my own 2 hands on the steering wheel. I started driving again, slower this time. The night air felt colder, and the darkness seemed to press in closer with every mile. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those glowing eyes from earlier or something worse. That's when I noticed the other car. At first, it was just a faint glow in the distance behind me, a pair of headlights far away. But as I drove, the headlights grew closer, following me exactly, matching my speed without overtaking. I flicked my brights a few times, trying to get the driver's attention, but they didn't flash back. I tried speeding up. They sped up too. Slowing down didn't make them pass. The car was locked on my tail like a predator stalking its prey. I took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. The highway curved ahead, a place where the road climbed over a hill and then dipped down. I figured if I pushed hard enough, I could lose whoever was behind me. As I crested the hill, I slammed the accelerator. My old Chevy roared, tires gripping the slick asphalt, and I watched in the mirror as the other headlights disappeared for a moment, but then they reappeared, this time right next to me. I looked over and saw the car, an old black sedan, windows tinted dark, making it impossible to see inside. The driver's side window rolled down slowly. A hand appeared, pale, almost ghostly white in the dim light. The hand waved at me. Not a friendly wave, more like a slow, deliberate gesture, a signal or warning. I swallowed hard, fingers tightening around the steering wheel. The hair on my neck prickled. The engine sounded louder. The tires squealed as I tried to swerve out of the way. Suddenly, the car was gone. No headlights in the mirror, no sound of an engine. I checked my rearview one more time, but the road behind me was empty. I exhaled slowly and told myself I'd imagined it. Maybe the stress of the trip was getting to me. I had been driving for hours after all. I kept going, eyes scanning every shadow. Just before the next turn, I saw a man standing in the middle of the lane, his arms outstretched, blocking the road. I slammed the brakes. The car skidded, tires shrieking against the wet pavement. I stopped inches away from the man. He was the same figure from earlier, the one by the roadside, but now right in front of me. His face was pale, eyes empty, lips pulled back in a thin, cruel smile. I wanted to scream, to cry out, but the man simply raised a finger and pointed down the road. I looked where he was pointing and saw the faint glow of a gas station, about a mile ahead. The man turned and disappeared into the darkness. I sat frozen, heart hammering. Finally, I shook myself and pulled forward slowly. As I drove towards the station, the night grew quieter still. The radio suddenly crackled back to life, a soft voice reading the news in a calm tone. I glanced in the rearview mirror once more and saw a shadowy figure standing on the roadside, watching me. I didn't look back again until I was safely inside the gas station, doors locked behind me. The attendant smiled at me with tired eyes and said, "Tough night out there?" I nodded, words failing me. As I refilled my tank, I noticed the man from the road outside just standing in the rain, staring. When I looked again, he was gone. I finished my coffee, paid, and headed back onto the highway. The rest of the drive was uneventful, but I never forgot that night. The radio cutting out, the lights flickering, the car behind me with no driver visible, and that pale man who seemed to appear and vanish like a ghost. Sometimes on lonely roads like that, it feels like something's watching you. Waiting, story the end. It started as a routine drive home after a late shift at the warehouse. I was used to the long haul through the back roads of southern Ohio, a stretch of highway that cut through thick forests and empty farmland. It was nearly midnight, the sky heavy with clouds that blocked out any moonlight. The only illumination came from the dull glow of my headlights reflecting off the wet asphalt. Rain had started about 20 minutes earlier, turning the road slick and shiny. My old pickup truck rattled along the two-lane highway, its worn tires humming against the pavement. I was tired, but not too tired to drive. The radio was off. There was no signal this far out, just static whenever I tried to tune it. So I kept the windows cracked a bit for fresh air, the cool rain-scented breeze mingling with the faint smell of wet earth and pine. I kept my eyes on the road and my hands tight on the wheel, focused on the winding curves ahead. The trees closed in on both sides, dense and dark. No houses, no streetlights. Just the steady drip of rain from the leaves and the occasional glimmer of a reflective road sign. About 20 minutes into the drive, I passed the old Hollow Creek Road intersection. I'd passed it 100 times before, but this time something caught my eye. Just for a moment, a flash of movement in the woods to my right. I glanced toward it, but saw nothing, probably just a deer or some stray animal. I shook my head, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that crept over me. The kind of feeling you get when the silence feels too complete, like the forest is holding its breath. I accelerated a bit, hoping to shake off the weird vibe. Then, a few miles down, I saw a figure standing on the shoulder, just barely visible in the rain and the dim glow of my headlights. At first, I thought it was a hitchhiker, but the person wasn't waving or signaling. They just stood still, facing the road. The rain soaked their dark clothes, and they had their head tilted slightly, like they were staring straight at me. I slowed as I got closer, expecting them to move or at least make a gesture. Instead, they stayed motionless. My gut told me to keep driving. When I was a few feet away, I caught a glimpse of their face, pale, almost ghostly in the headlights, with empty, dark eyes that didn't blink. I slammed my foot on the gas and shot past, heart pounding. I kept looking in my side mirror, but they didn't follow. They just stood there, watching. The road stretched on ahead, straight for several miles now. The rain had picked up, drumming steadily on the roof of the truck. I reached for my phone, but no signal. Of course. Then about 5 miles later, I noticed headlights behind me. At first, I thought it was just another late-night driver, but the headlights were too close, like they were tailgating me. I glanced in the rearview mirror. An old white van was right behind, its lights bright and unwavering. I tapped my brakes lightly to signal them to back off, but didn't. I switched lanes, hoping to let them pass, but the van stayed glued to my bumper. I felt my hands tighten on the wheel. Why were they following me? Out here? At this hour? There was nothing but darkness and empty roads for miles. I sped up, pushing the truck faster. The van matched my speed. My heart pounded harder, and I realized I might be in trouble. The rain made visibility tough, and I had to focus on the slick road. Suddenly, a shape appeared in front of me on the highway. I slammed the brakes to avoid hitting it. The tires skidded and the truck fishtailed on the wet surface. I fought to keep control, heart racing. When the truck finally stopped, I looked out through the windshield. The shape on the road was a man. He was soaked, standing in the rain with his arms outstretched. His face was turned up, eyes closed, and his mouth open as if screaming, but no sound came through the rain. I fumbled for the door handle, but before I could open the door, I saw the van pull up beside me. The passenger window rolled down slowly, and a pale face appeared. The driver was a woman, mid-30s, with wild eyes and a chilling smile. "Need a ride?" she asked in a voice that was both sweet and hollow. I shook my head, fumbling for the lock to keep the doors shut. Suddenly, the man on the road vanished. I blinked, unsure if I'd imagined it, but the woman's smile grew wider. "Come on," she said. "It's dangerous out here alone." I put the truck in gear and slammed the gas pedal, peeling away. The van sped after me, lights blazing. I took the next turn fast, skidding slightly on the wet gravel of a side road. The van hesitated, then followed. My mind raced. I needed help. I spotted a blinking neon sign up ahead. The Pine Ridge Diner, open 24 hours. I floored it, desperate. The van stayed behind, but slowed as I entered the diner parking lot. I jumped out of the truck and ran inside. The warmth hit me immediately. Inside, a few tired-looking locals sat nursing coffee. I tried to catch my breath. The waitress smiled kindly. "Rough night?" I nodded. I glanced out the window. The van was gone. I told the waitress about the van, the man on the road, the woman's face. She frowned. "You're lucky to be here," she said quietly. "People say this road's cursed," she added. "Cursed?" I asked. She nodded. "Years ago, a family died in a crash right down that highway. They say the spirits still roam, looking for company." I shivered. "Don't go back out that way tonight." I stayed at the diner until dawn. When I finally drove home, the sun was rising and the road looked normal again. But I never forgot that night. Sometimes, when I'm driving late, I swear I see those eyes in the shadows, and I wonder if they're still out there, waiting. Story the end. The night was unusually quiet as I pulled out onto the highway just after midnight, the city lights fading behind me like a dying ember. I was driving alone, heading back home from a business trip to a small town in northern Georgia. The route was familiar enough, but I still didn't like driving this stretch of highway at night. It wasn't just the darkness, it was the isolation, the long miles of nothing but trees and occasional roadside farms. It was the kind of place where people said strange things happened, where you felt like something was always watching from the shadows. My phone was dead. Forgot to charge it before leaving the motel, so all I had was the dim glow of the dashboard and my old Ford's headlights slicing through the thick blackness. I kept my eyes on the road, but found my mind wandering. The highway was so empty it felt like time had stretched and distorted. I passed a few abandoned gas stations and rundown motels, their neon signs flickering weakly like ghosts. It was the kind of landscape where the usual rules seemed suspended. About 40 miles into the drive, the highway curved slightly, and I noticed a figure standing on the right shoulder near the tree line. At first, I thought it was someone hitchhiking, but the posture was too still, too unnatural. He was a man, tall, thin, wearing a long dark coat that fluttered slightly in the night breeze, though the air was eerily still. His face was hard to make out, swallowed by shadow. As I drove by, I caught a glimpse of eyes reflecting the headlights, a cold, empty stare that felt like it drilled straight through me. A shiver ran down my spine, but I kept driving, telling myself it was just some guy waiting for a ride, maybe stranded. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see him running after the car, but he was gone. The radio crackled suddenly, static hissing through the speakers before a faint voice emerged, so low it almost seemed a trick of my imagination. "Don't stop. Don't turn back." I turned the dial, trying to find a clear station, but the static only intensified. The voice repeated, urgent and pleading. I shook my head and hit the volume button harder, but then the entire radio cut out, leaving only the hum of the engine and the sound of tires on asphalt. My heart thumped loudly in the silence, and I tried to focus on the road. That's when the headlights behind me flared suddenly, blinding me as a pickup truck sped dangerously close, its driver obviously trying to intimidate. I tapped the brakes gently, hoping to signal that I'd let him pass, but he stayed glued to my bumper, flashing high beams and tailing me as if daring me to make a move. My pulse quickened. There was no other traffic for miles, no exits, no houses, just the long ribbon of highway and the endless dark woods on either side. I searched desperately for somewhere to pull off, but all I saw was the empty shoulder and the thick trees. I flicked on my hazards and slowed down, hoping the truck would overtake me, but it didn't. Instead, it matched my speed, then suddenly swerved into the opposite lane and raced ahead, its taillights vanishing into the distance. I exhaled, relieved, but then my headlights illuminated something in the road a few hundred yards ahead, a figure lying motionless, sprawled across the asphalt. I slammed on the brakes and skidded to a stop, the tires throwing gravel and dust. My hands trembled as I grabbed the flashlight from the glove box and stepped out into the cool night air. The only sound was the distant rustling of leaves and my own breathing. I approached cautiously. The figure was a man, maybe in his 40s, dressed in ragged clothes and soaked with what I hoped was just water, but it looked darker, thicker. His eyes were open but blank, staring up at the sky. "Hey, are you okay?" I called out, kneeling beside him. There was no response. I reached for my phone to call 911. No signal. The cold realization hit me like a punch. I was utterly alone. I tried to lift him, but he was unnervingly heavy. Then I heard it, the faint sound of footsteps behind me. I spun around, shining the flashlight into the woods, but saw nothing. A cold wind brushed past me, carrying a faint whisper. "Leave now." I scrambled back into the car, locked the doors, and hit the gas. The pickup truck appeared again, this time in the rearview mirror, tailing me fast and close, its high beams blinding. I sped down the highway, heart pounding, desperate to outrun whoever or whatever was following me. The radio flickered back to life, the voice returning, now clearer and more frantic. "You can't escape. They're watching." A chill ran down my spine as I glanced at the trees lining the road. For a moment, I could swear shadows shifted, figures moving just beyond the reach of the headlights. I slammed on the brakes as the truck suddenly rammed my rear bumper, jolting the car forward. I fought for control, the tires screeching on the asphalt. Then the headlights behind me vanished again. The silence returned. The radio died completely. I looked up and saw, in the distance, the faint glow of a small town. Relief flooded me. As I reached the town limits, the truck reappeared behind me one last time, but this time it slowed and pulled into the shadows on the side of the road. No lights, no movement. I never looked back. The next morning, I learned from the local sheriff that the stretch of highway I'd driven was notorious for unexplained disappearances and strange sightings. The man I found? There was no record of any recent accidents, and the description matched a local legend about a spirit who haunts the road, seeking company in the dead of night. I never took that route again after that night. But sometimes when I drive late, I catch a glimpse of a dark figure standing just beyond the headlights. Waiting, watching, always there. Story the end. It was the kind of night where the darkness felt thicker than usual, pressing in through the windows and swallowing the edges of the world. I was driving down Highway 21, a narrow, winding two-lane road that cuts through the deep forests of North Carolina, making my way home after a late shift at the factory. The clock on the dash read 1:45 a.m., and the rain had started falling lightly, each drop pattering against the windshield in a steady rhythm. The headlights carved pale paths through the dense blackness, but beyond their reach, the woods loomed like silent sentinels. My car's heater rattled as I adjusted the dial, trying to chase away the chill that settled into my bones. I was exhausted, and every mile felt heavier than the last. The road was nearly empty. I hadn't passed another car for at least 20 minutes. The only sounds were the tires humming on the wet asphalt and the occasional rustle of leaves as the wind stirred the trees. I was almost to the small town where I lived, a place so tiny it barely showed up on the map. The GPS indicated a right turn coming up in about 3 miles onto a dirt road that led to my driveway. I was looking forward to crawling into bed and forgetting the day's troubles. Then, out of nowhere, headlights appeared behind me in the rearview mirror. At first, I thought maybe another late-night traveler, but as the car drew closer, I realized it was riding my tail far too close for comfort. I flicked my brights on and off, hoping to signal the driver to back off. Nothing changed. The headlights stayed glued to my bumper, glaring harshly. My stomach tightened. The road was narrow, no shoulder to pull over on for nearly a mile. I kept my foot steady on the gas, heart pounding. The other car didn't try to pass. It just followed, unwavering. The rain began to fall harder, and visibility dropped. I hugged the center line, careful not to veer into the other lane. I glanced at the speedometer, 55 miles per hour. I decided to slow down, hoping to encourage the tailgater to pass me, but the car slowed as well, matching my every move. A knot formed in my throat. I spotted a turnout coming up, a small gravel patch near the edge of the forest. I eased the car onto it and tapped the brakes lightly, signaling that I was pulling over. The other car didn't slow. It sped past me, disappearing around a curve up ahead. Relief flooded through me, but it was short-lived. As I pulled back onto the road, the headlights reappeared in my mirror, closing in fast. Panic rising, I gripped the wheel tighter. I pressed the accelerator harder, the tires slipping slightly on the wet pavement. The tailgater was relentless. Up ahead, the GPS showed my turn onto the dirt road. Just past the curve, I veered off, tires crunching on the gravel. The other car screeched to a halt at the edge of the highway, then turned around and sped off the way it came. My chest heaved as I took the narrow road home, the trees closing in tighter on both sides. The headlights of my car barely penetrated the thick canopy. I kept glancing in the mirror, half expecting the other vehicle to appear again, but the road stayed empty. I reached my driveway, a small clearing at the end of the road, and pulled in quickly. The house sat dark, windows reflecting the stormy sky. I rushed inside, locked the door, and leaned against it, heart still pounding. The next morning, I found deep tire tracks on the gravel where I'd pulled off, tracks that didn't match any of the cars I knew. And that night, every time the wind whispered through the trees, I heard the faint, distant sound of an engine revving. Waiting. Story the end. The highway stretched out ahead, a dark ribbon twisting through the endless expanse of the South Carolina low country. It was well past midnight, and the moon had disappeared behind thick clouds, leaving the world cloaked in near total darkness. Alex gripped the steering wheel of his aging Ford sedan, the only illumination coming from the dull yellow glow of his headlights cutting through the thick night. The only other sounds were the hum of the engine and the occasional rustling of pine needles as the wind whispered through the trees lining the road. He had left Charleston hours ago, driving back from a late-night shift at the warehouse. The road was familiar in parts, but the stretch he was now on was more remote, less traveled, 2 lanes surrounded by dense forest and marshland. Alex liked night driving. There was a calm in the solitude, a meditative rhythm as the miles slipped away beneath his tires. Tonight, though, something felt off. His eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. For a moment, he thought he saw headlights behind him, a pair of pale beams, distant but steady. He blinked, and they vanished. He chalked it up to his tired mind playing tricks and focused back on the road. The radio was dead static, a result of the weak signal in the rural area. Alex reached over and fiddled with the dial, but nothing came through except bursts of crackle and hiss. He sighed and turned it off. The silence that followed was deeper than usual, pressing in from all sides. Half an hour later, he noticed a flash of movement at the edge of the woods to his right. Something large and dark, too tall to be a deer or coyote, standing just beyond the tree line. He blinked, but the shape was gone. His heart kicked up a notch. He told himself it was just a shadow cast by a stray branch swaying in the wind. The road curved ahead, the yellow dividing lines faint in the darkness. As he rounded the bend, his headlights briefly caught another figure, this one standing right by the side of the road. A man. Tall, thin, wearing a tattered coat, his face pale and expressionless. Alex slammed on the brakes, his car skidding slightly on the asphalt. The figure didn't move, didn't blink. Then, as Alex's car came to a stop, the man simply vanished, as if swallowed by the night. Alex's pulse thundered in his ears. He shook his head, telling himself it had to be a trick of the light, maybe a tree stump or a broken fence post shaped like a person. He took a deep breath and started driving again, glancing nervously in his mirrors. The road ahead seemed longer, the shadows deeper. A few minutes later, his engine sputtered and the car jerked violently. The fuel gauge, which he'd barely glanced at since leaving Charleston, suddenly dipped into the red. He cursed under his breath and started looking for a place to stop. Up ahead, he saw a faint glow, a gas station, or maybe a small store. As he pulled off the highway onto a gravel road, his tires kicked up dirt and loose stones. The gas station was little more than a weathered building with flickering neon signs. The pumps looked rusted and ancient. Inside, a single man stood behind the counter, an elderly figure with a face line deep from years of sun and worry. His eyes were sharp but tired. "Evenin'," the man said in a gravelly voice. "You need some gas?" Alex nodded. "Yeah, tank's almost empty." The man gestured toward the pump. "That one's still working." Alex filled the tank, bought a soda, and stepped outside. The air was heavy and still. The wind had died down. The silence was overwhelming. He got back in the car, started the engine, and pulled back onto the road. As he drove away, he glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the old man standing outside the gas station, watching him. But as the distance grew, the man's figure seemed to blur and stretch, becoming something unnatural. Long limbs, twisted posture. Alex blinked hard, and the figure was gone. The night closed in around him once more. His phone buzzed, a text message. He pulled over cautiously and checked the screen. No contact name, just a single message: "Don't look back." Alex's hands trembled. He locked the phone and shoved it into his pocket. He kept driving. The road narrowed, trees arching over like cathedral pillars. The darkness seemed thicker here, heavier. He noticed again the feeling of eyes on him, watching from the shadows. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw movement. A figure was walking alongside the road, tall, gaunt, shrouded in darkness. Alex's heart hammered. He sped up, but the figure matched his pace step for step, as if gliding effortlessly through the night. He glanced in the mirror. The headlights were gone, replaced by a pair of glowing eyes. He slammed his foot on the gas, pushing the car to its limits. The engine roared, tires squealed, but the figure stayed with him, its pale face illuminated by the passing streetlights. The eyes were hollow, black holes that seemed to suck in the light. Then the car shuddered violently. The engine died. The headlights flickered off. The figure was right beside the car window now. It pressed a hand against the glass, a hand impossibly thin, bones visible beneath cracked skin. Alex tried the key. Nothing. The door was locked. The figure tapped slowly on the window with a long finger. Alex's breath came in ragged gasps. He fumbled for his phone, but it was dead. No signal. The creature's mouth opened in a silent scream, revealing jagged teeth. Alex screamed, pounding the steering wheel. Suddenly, the engine sputtered back to life. He slammed the car into drive and tore down the road, the figure dissolving into the darkness behind him. His pulse thundered. The road stretched out, empty and silent. He didn't stop until he saw the neon lights of a diner up ahead. Inside, the warm glow and chatter of late-night patrons was a stark contrast to the nightmare he'd just left. He told the waitress, trying to keep his voice steady. "I don't know what's out there," he said, "but I think it's following me." She smiled faintly, then said quietly, "You're not the first to say that. Some roads have stories. Best to stick to the highway." Alex nodded, feeling the weight of her words. Outside, the night wind picked up again, whispering secrets through the trees. He looked out the window, half expecting to see those glowing eyes watching him still, but there was only darkness. He poured his coffee, trying to shake the chill. He knew one thing for sure: some drives are better left unmade. Story the end. It was just after 10 p.m. when Mike slid behind the wheel of his beat-up Toyota Camry, ready to make the 2-hour drive back to his apartment after a long shift at the warehouse. The sky was clear, the stars scattered like salt across the black canvas, and the roads were mostly empty except for the occasional rig lumbering home or a lone car headed the other way. He liked night driving, the quiet, the isolation. It was the only time he could really think. He started out on the highway, the familiar hum of tires on asphalt filling the cab. His phone was plugged into the charger, playing a low-volume playlist of classic rock. Around 30 minutes in, the glow of city lights faded behind him, replaced by stretches of thick woods and empty fields. The highway curved and wound between small towns he'd never been to, places that looked like they'd been frozen in time since the 70s. About halfway through, his gas gauge dipped close to empty. There was a blinking yellow sign announcing a rest stop 5 miles ahead, so he figured he'd fill up there. The highway itself was in bad shape, patches of cracked pavement and faded lane markers that made it tricky to see on the dark stretches. As Mike approached the exit ramp for the rest stop, something caught his eye in the rearview mirror. Headlights, far behind, but unusually bright and steady. It was a black SUV. At first, he thought maybe it was another late-night traveler, but the way it maintained exactly the same distance for miles felt deliberate. Every time Mike glanced over his shoulder, the vehicle seemed to hold back, neither closing the gap nor falling behind. Mike's fingers tightened on the steering wheel, a dull unease settling in his chest. He told himself it was nothing, probably just coincidence, or someone else stopping at the same place. He pulled off the highway and into the rest stop parking lot, the yellow lights buzzing overhead, casting long shadows across the cracked concrete. The SUV followed him in, pulling into the spot diagonally across. Mike sat still for a moment, watching the dark windows, feeling the weight of the silence between the two vehicles. Inside the gas station, the clerk was an older man with tired eyes and a face weathered by years under the sun. "Long drive?" the man asked as Mike paid for a full tank. "Yeah," Mike replied, glancing outside. "Kind of lonely out there tonight." The clerk gave a small, knowing nod. "You never know who's out on those roads after dark." Mike nodded and stepped outside, trying to shake the chill creeping up his spine. The SUV was gone. He climbed back in, started the car, and merged onto the highway. The road was straight now, bordered by dense woods that looked impenetrable in the dark. His headlights cut a tunnel through the black, illuminating deer crossing signs and occasional glimpses of reflective eyes in the trees. The SUV was back behind him, this time much closer. It hadn't blinked its lights on or off, just stayed there, steady as a heartbeat. Mike tried accelerating, pushing the Camry to 70 miles per hour, but the SUV matched his speed effortlessly. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He reached for his phone, fingers trembling, and called his wife. "Hey, I'm on my way. Just stop for gas." The line was dead. He tried it again. Dead. The screen flickered, then went blank. Panic rose. Mike pressed the power button. Nothing. The dashboard lights flickered and died. The car coasted to a stop on the shoulder. He sat frozen, heart pounding, the only sound the wind whispering through the trees. The SUV pulled up alongside the car, and Mike caught a glimpse of the driver, a man wearing a dark hoodie, face obscured in shadow. Mike locked the doors and tried the ignition again. Nothing. The driver's side window slowly rolled down. Mike's breath hitched. "Need a ride?" The man's voice was low, almost amused. Mike shook his head, eyes fixed on the figure. "Can't help you if you don't open the door." Mike's fingers fumbled with the lock, but it wouldn't budge. Suddenly, the window slammed shut. The SUV peeled away, headlights disappearing into the black. Mike sat there for what felt like hours before the dashboard flickered back to life. He wasted no time restarting the car and speeding off, swearing to himself never to stop again on these lonely roads at night. When he finally pulled into his driveway, safe and sound, he glanced back toward the dark highway, half expecting to see those relentless headlights behind him. But the road was empty. He never called his wife back. Story the end. It was just past midnight when I left my friend's house on the outskirts of a small Pennsylvania town. The night was still, the kind of still that makes the silence feel louder than usual. I had to get back home, which meant a drive down a patch of highway I knew well, Route 322, stretching thick forests and empty fields, winding for miles with almost no streetlights, just the occasional worn-down reflector or faded sign. I liked driving at night sometimes, especially when the roads were empty and I could just lose myself in the rhythm of the tires on pavement, the soft glow of the dashboard, and the hum of the engine. It was peaceful. But that night, something felt off from the moment I pulled onto the road. The air was colder than I expected for late August. I rolled the window down a crack just to get some fresh air, but the breeze that came in was strange. Heavy, like it was carrying the scent of damp earth and something else I couldn't place. I shrugged it off. About 20 minutes in, I noticed my phone's signal was flickering. I tried to check a text, but the screen just showed no service. Not unusual on this stretch, but still frustrating. I stuffed it back in the cup holder and adjusted the radio dial. Static. Just static. The old radio in my beat-up sedan had been flaky for a while, but tonight every station was just white noise. I flipped the dial a few times, trying to find something, anything, but the static remained. I pulled off the road at a small, run-down gas station, hoping to get a signal or at least fill up the tank if needed. The lights inside flickered and buzzed, and the entire place smelled like old gasoline mixed with something metallic. The clerk was an older man with a face weathered like leather, sitting behind the counter staring at an old TV set that was playing a grainy local news broadcast. The station was talking about some strange disappearances in the area, people vanishing without a trace along Route 322. I laughed nervously. "That's just local folklore," I said, but the clerk didn't answer. Instead, he looked up at me with dead eyes and said quietly, "You shouldn't be out here tonight." Uneasy, I paid for a soda and left. The gas station's fluorescent lights buzzed off as I pulled away, and the darkness of the road swallowed me whole again. Back on the highway, I kept my eyes glued to the road. The trees on either side grew thick, like ancient guardians with twisted branches reaching out over the pavement, blotting out the moonlight. My headlights caught occasional patches of fog rising from the ground, swirling like smoke in the low beams. About 30 miles in, I saw something ahead. At first, I thought it was a hitchhiker. A woman standing on the side of the road with her thumb out, wearing a long white dress that looked out of place here. I slowed down but didn't stop. Something about her was unsettling, the way she stood completely still, staring at the road with empty eyes. I passed her and glanced in the rearview mirror. She wasn't there anymore. My heart picked up. I told myself I imagined it, but the feeling of unease stuck. As I rounded the next bend, my headlights caught a black pickup truck parked on the shoulder. No one inside. The engine was off. The bed was empty, but the back window was smeared with something red, maybe rust or dried paint. I blinked and the truck was gone. I shook my head, trying to clear the growing fog in my mind, and pushed on. The road narrowed sharply ahead, twisting through a dense thicket of trees. I saw a sign, half rotted. "Welcome to Hollow Creek." I'd never heard of the place before. It wasn't on my GPS, which was dead, and no cell signal meant no Google Maps either. I tried to turn around, but the road behind me had vanished. Or rather, the way back looked different. The landmarks were wrong, trees and rocks that hadn't been there a few minutes ago. Panic started to rise in my chest. I slowed and pulled over at a clearing beside a small creek. The air was thick with fog now, and the only sounds were the slow trickle of water and the occasional rustle in the trees. I turned the car off and listened. A low, distant whisper floated on the breeze, indistinct, almost like voices but impossible to understand. I unlocked my phone again. Still no signal. I tried to start the engine, but it sputtered and died. Frantically, I tried again. Nothing. My breath came out in shaky clouds. Then I heard footsteps outside the car. Slow, deliberate. Crunching leaves and snapping twigs, I locked the doors and turned on the interior light. The beam barely cut through the fog, but I saw a figure approaching, tall, wearing dark clothes, face hidden under a hood. "Hey," I called, voice trembling. "Can you help me?" No answer. The figure stopped right at the driver's window. I stared into a pale face with sunken eyes that reflected the light back at me. No pupils, just empty, glassy orbs. My heart hammered in my chest. I fumbled for the door lock, but the key was in the ignition. The figure raised a hand and knocked once, softly. I screamed, hitting the ignition again. The engine roared to life. I slammed the car into reverse and backed up blindly through the fog. Branches scraped the side of the car, and I could hear the figure moving behind me, footsteps quickening. I slammed the car into drive and sped away, tires squealing on gravel. The fog began to thin, and the road slowly came back into focus. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The figure was gone. My phone finally caught a signal. 3 missed calls, 2 texts from my sister. "Where are you? You were supposed to be home an hour ago." I called her, voice shaking. She told me to stay put. She was on her way. The drive home felt endless, every shadow seeming to hide something watching me. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I locked every door and window and sat in my car for a long time, shaking. I never found out what that place was or who or what was out there that night. And I never take that road at night anymore. Story the end. It was one of those nights where the fog hung thick and low, blanketing the back roads of rural Michigan in an unsettling silence. I had just finished a late shift at the auto plant in Flint and was heading home to Grand Rapids, a drive that usually took about 2 hours. But this time the darkness felt different, heavier, like it pressed down on the car and seeped into my skin through the windows. The highway was almost deserted, save for the occasional tractor trailer that rumbled past like a ghost ship cutting through the mist. I'd been on the road for nearly an hour, passing through stretches of dense forest and small, shuttered towns that looked like they hadn't seen a soul in decades. My radio was playing a soft country station, something soothing to drown out the creeping tension I felt as the fog thickened. It was the kind of night where every shadow seemed to stretch just a little too far, and every sound echoed a little too loudly. Somewhere near a place called Lost Lake, the fog became so dense I could barely see the white lines on the pavement. I slowed down to about 35 miles an hour, gripping the steering wheel tighter. That's when I saw it, an old rusty pickup truck parked on the shoulder, its hazard lights blinking faintly through the haze. There was a man standing beside it, his figure barely visible. He was wearing a flannel shirt and a baseball cap pulled low over his face. At first, I thought maybe he was stranded, needing help. I considered pulling over but hesitated. Something about the way he stood, motionless and silent, made my skin crawl. The trees behind him seemed unnaturally still, as if the whole forest was holding its breath. I kept driving slowly past him, eyes darting to the side mirror. For a second, I thought I saw him turn and look right at me, but when I glanced back, he was gone. I shook my head and told myself it was just fog playing tricks, that my brain was tired and spinning stories from shadows. A few miles down the road, the highway curved sharply near a bridge crossing a wide, stagnant swamp. The headlights barely illuminated the rotting wood and broken guardrails. As I rounded the bend, the radio suddenly cut out, replaced by static that hissed and crackled like whispers. I fiddled with the dial, trying to find a signal, but the silence was absolute, except for the hiss. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a thump on the roof of the car. My heart jumped. I slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a screeching halt on the narrow shoulder. I sat frozen for a moment, the radio still crackling, the fog swirling thick outside the windshield. The thumping came again, 3 slow, deliberate knocks. I fumbled with the door lock, but the car was already locked tight. The knocks continued, then stopped. I stared ahead, breath shallow, scanning the dark woods beyond the swamp. There was nothing there but twisted trees and shadows. I tried to start the engine again. It sputtered but caught, the headlights flickering on. The radio remained dead. I eased back onto the road, glancing repeatedly in the rearview mirror. A shadow moved at the edge of the trees, just beyond the reach of the lights. The rest of the drive was nerve-wracking. Every rustle from the woods, every flicker in the headlights, set my nerves on edge. When I finally rolled into my driveway, the clock read 2:13 a.m. The house was dark and silent. I locked the doors behind me and tried to shake off the feeling that something had followed me all the way home. The next day, I told a coworker about the night drive and the strange man by the roadside. He went pale and said, "You saw him, huh? The lost driver. Folks say he died out there on Lost Lake Road years ago, hit a tree in the fog and never made it home. People claim he still waits for a ride." I laughed it off, but the memory of those slow, deliberate knocks on my car roof haunted me. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I swear I can still hear them echoing in my ears. Story, the end. The highway stretched out in front of me like a ribbon of black silk, faintly gleaming under the scattered glow of the moon. It was just past midnight, and the night was quiet, save for the hum of my tires against the asphalt and the steady rhythm of my old Chevy's engine. I was driving home from a late shift at the diner on the edge of town, the kind of place where time feels slowed, the walls soaked with too many stories of loneliness and desperation. The roads were mostly empty except for the occasional car racing past in the opposite direction, headlights briefly flooding the cabin with bright white light. I had taken this route 100 times before, a stretch of rural highway flanked by thick woods, occasional farmhouses, and the occasional flickering street lamp near intersections. Tonight, though, something felt different, off. Maybe it was the chill in the air that made my skin crawl, or the way the shadows between the trees seemed to stretch a little too long, like dark fingers reaching toward the road. I brushed the unease aside and focused on the road. My mind was tired but alert, the lingering smell of coffee and grease from the diner filling the car. The night was calm. The radio was playing soft classic rock. I thought about the warm bed waiting for me, the weekend plans I'd made, the way sleep would come easily once I got home. Suddenly, the car's headlights caught movement just off the shoulder. I slowed instinctively. There, standing by the side of the road, was a man, a figure in a dark hoodie, soaked from the rain that had started to fall lightly. His thumb was out, signaling for a ride. I hit the brakes, my heart skipping a beat. I wasn't sure if it was the late hour, my tiredness, or something else that made me hesitate. Picking up strangers at night wasn't the safest idea, especially on a stretch like this. But the man's eyes, barely visible in the dim light, looked desperate, almost pleading. After a moment, I unlocked the passenger door. The man slid in silently, the scent of wet earth and something faintly metallic clinging to him. He nodded a silent thanks, and I closed the door, locking it behind him. The car felt colder immediately, like the temperature had dropped a few degrees. I glanced at him in the side mirror. His face was pale, almost ghostly, with dark circles beneath his eyes. There was something hollow about his stare, like he was looking through me rather than at me. "Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't answer. Instead, his lips parted slightly, then closed again. His eyes remained fixed out the window. The rain began to fall harder, tapping a steady rhythm against the windshield. I switched on the wipers, their squeaky rhythm echoing in the quiet car. "Hey," I said, turning slightly to look at him again. "You okay? Do you want me to call someone?" Still no response. I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. This wasn't just some stranded traveler. Something about him was wrong. The hair on the back of my neck prickled, and I kept catching movement in the shadows beyond the trees. My phone buzzed in my pocket, breaking the silence. I pulled it out, a text from my sister asking when I'd be home. I hesitated, then decided to reply quickly, careful not to take my eyes off the road for too long. Suddenly, a flash of something white darted across the highway ahead, too quick to be an animal. I slammed on the brakes. The car skidded on the wet asphalt, tires whining as I struggled to keep control. My heart pounded in my chest. The man turned to me slowly, eyes locking onto mine in the rearview mirror. His mouth moved, barely audible. "Don't stop." I swallowed hard. "What?" "Don't stop," he repeated. "Not for them." Before I could ask who them were, a pair of headlights appeared in the distance behind me, rapidly growing closer. My breath caught. The other car was speeding, too fast for a rural road at night, like someone was chasing me. "Who's that?" I asked, panic creeping into my voice. The man shook his head. "They never stop. You have to keep going." I pressed the accelerator, the Chevy lurching forward as the other car closed the gap. The rain poured harder, slicking the road and making control difficult. The stranger in the back suddenly gripped my shoulder with icy fingers, whispering, "Faster." I didn't want to, but I had no choice. The road twisted sharply, lined with trees so close they seemed to crowd in on us. The other car's headlights flashed erratically, blinding me at times. I swerved to avoid a fallen branch, heart hammering. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the other car vanished. I slowed down cautiously, breathing heavily. The man in the back seat relaxed his grip and looked out the window again, expression unreadable. I pulled over at a small turnout, the rain easing up to a drizzle. "Who were they?" I asked, voice shaking. "Why were they chasing you?" The man didn't answer right away. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, haunted. "They're shadows, lost souls bound to this road. They hunt those who stop for them." I stared at him, unsure if he was joking or seriously unwell. "Look," he said, "this place, it's cursed. People disappear here. Cars crash. The forest takes them. I've been running for years. I just wanted to ride away." I wanted to say something, anything to calm myself down, but my mind reeled. Suddenly, the trees around us seemed to lean in, the wind picking up as eerie whispers filled the air. I caught glimpses of figures flitting just beyond the tree line, pale and fleeting. "Get out," the man said urgently. "You can't stay here." I nodded, my hands trembling. He opened the door and slipped into the night, disappearing into the shadows. I sat alone in my car for a moment, listening to the rain, the whispers, the distant cries. Then I started the engine and drove off, never looking back. I still don't know what that night was, or if I'll ever understand the darkness that waits on those back roads. But I know this: some rides are better left unbidden, and some passengers never truly leave. Story the end. The night was unnervingly quiet as Aaron climbed into his old pickup truck, the worn leather seat creaking beneath him. It was just past 11 p.m., and the highway outside of Tulsa was empty, except for the faint glow of distant headlights. He had volunteered for the late shift at the distribution center, and now he was making the long drive home, a routine he was getting tired of but couldn't change. The stretch of road ahead was familiar, a two-lane highway lined by thick woods, the kind that swallowed sound and light the further you went. Aaron flicked on the radio, hoping to catch some late-night talk or music, but instead he was greeted by static and a low, scratchy hum. He twisted the dial, scanning through the stations, but none came through clearly. It wasn't unusual in this part of the country to lose signal, especially this late and so far from the city. He shrugged and turned the volume down, letting the hum fill the cab as he shifted the truck into gear and rolled onto the highway. The road stretched before him, the yellow lines glowing faintly under the pale moonlight. The trees loomed on either side like dark sentinels, their branches scraping softly against the side of the truck as the wind picked up. Aaron kept his eyes on the road, but the monotony of the drive quickly started to weigh on him. He rubbed his eyes, trying to stave off the creeping exhaustion, his fingers tapping a nervous rhythm on the steering wheel. About 20 minutes into the drive, the headlights of another car appeared behind him. At first, Aaron felt a flicker of relief. Maybe he wouldn't be alone out here after all. But as the car drew closer, he realized it wasn't just tailing him. It was following him almost too closely. He glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed the car's high beams were off, and the interior too dark to make out any features. Aaron's heartbeat quickened. He thought about pulling over to let the car pass, but there was no shoulder wide enough to safely stop on this stretch. Instead, he pressed his foot on the accelerator, trying to widen the distance between them, but the car matched his speed perfectly. His palms grew sweaty as he gripped the wheel tighter, the tension coiling in his chest. Suddenly, the radio flickered on again, breaking the silence with an old country ballad that sounded out of place, distorted but unmistakably human. Aaron's eyes darted around the cab, half expecting someone to be fiddling with the radio from the passenger seat, but he was alone. The song played in a loop, the static breaking in and out like a heartbeat. Then the headlights behind him blinked off, plunging him into eerie darkness. The only light was his own headlights piercing the black road. Aaron's breath caught. The other car had disappeared. He slowed the truck, peering into the woods lining the road, but all he could see was the rustling of leaves. He shook his head, telling himself to calm down. It was probably just another driver messing with him, maybe a kid pulling a prank. But the unease clung tight, refusing to fade. He checked his phone, no signal. Aaron's truck rumbled beneath him, the engine chugging steadily as he pushed forward. The night air seemed to thicken, heavy and suffocating, the wind growing colder. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something. A figure standing on the side of the road, illuminated briefly by his headlights. A woman, tall and thin, dressed in a flowing white dress that looked stained and dirty, her dark hair tangled. She didn't move or blink, just stared at him with empty eyes. Aaron slammed on the brakes, the truck screeching to a halt just feet from her. His heart pounded violently in his chest as he fumbled for the door lock. The figure raised a pale hand and pointed down the road, her mouth opening as if to speak, but no sound came out. Terrified, Aaron kept his eyes fixed on her, sweat beading on his forehead. Then, in a blink, she was gone. The truck shuddered violently, and Aaron's grip tightened as the engine sputtered and died. He tried to restart the truck, but all he got was a harsh clicking. Panic settled over him like a cold blanket. The road was dead silent except for the soft rustling of the trees. Aaron grabbed his phone again, hopelessly trying to get a signal. Nothing. He knew he had to get help, but stepping out into the darkness felt wrong, like inviting something in. He debated his options, his breath fogging in the cold night air. Suddenly, a light appeared down the road, an old gas station, its neon sign flickering weakly. Summoning every ounce of courage, Aaron unlocked the truck and stepped outside, the cold biting through his jacket. He jogged toward the gas station, the hairs on his neck standing on end with every crunch of gravel. Inside, the attendant was an older man, eyes tired and wary. Aaron explained his situation. The man nodded knowingly. "Yeah, this road's got a history," he said quietly. "Lots of folks see things out here. Lights, figures, cars that just vanish." Aaron swallowed hard. The attendant handed him a can of gas, and Aaron hurried back to his truck. As he poured the gas into the tank, the temperature seemed to drop suddenly, his breath forming mist. He glanced up and caught a glimpse of the woman again, standing at the edge of the woods, watching silently. Aaron slammed the door shut, jumped inside, and turned the key. The engine roared to life. He didn't look back as he sped away, the night swallowing the road behind him. The rest of the drive was uneventful, but the memory of those hollow eyes haunted him for weeks. He never took that highway at night again. Story, the end. The night was heavy and still, the kind of darkness that presses against the windows like a living thing. I was driving alone on a stretch of highway outside of Chattanooga, Tennessee, about 3 hours into a late-night trip back home after visiting some friends. The road ahead was a ribbon of black, bordered by dense forest, and the only illumination came from my car's headlights slicing through the inky shadows. Rain had started earlier, light at first but now steady, each drop hitting the windshield with a soft patter that mingled with the rhythmic swish of the wipers. It was just past midnight when I noticed the gas gauge inching closer to empty. I knew I should have filled up earlier, but I'd pushed it, thinking I could make it to the next town. According to my phone's GPS, the next service station was still about 15 miles ahead, in a tiny town called Fairview. The map was faintly lit on the screen, the battery down to 37%. Signal was patchy but good enough for navigation. The highway curved gently as I drove, the tires humming on wet asphalt. I felt that familiar mix of fatigue and calm that comes with driving at night. The world quiet, the road simple, the thoughts drifting. But then the radio started cutting out. Static bursts replaced the soft country music, and the volume would drop suddenly, like the signal was struggling to stay alive. I flipped through the stations, but the same crackle greeted every attempt. Finally, I settled on an old AM frequency where the static was at least consistent. As I drove, the rain intensified, pounding harder on the roof and glass, making visibility tough. Headlights from no other cars had passed me for miles. It was just me and the endless dark road. Then, about 10 miles from Fairview, something odd happened. The radio flickered once more, and instead of music or static, a faint voice came through. Not clear, more like a whisper just beneath the surface, repeating the same phrase over and over. "Turn back, turn back." I froze for a moment, gripping the wheel tighter. The voice was low, chilling in its persistence. I shook my head, thinking it was a trick of the interference, a glitch in the radio waves. Maybe someone broadcasting a prank on a nearby frequency. But the words sent a shiver down my spine. The road stretched on ahead, curving slightly through the trees. I glanced down at the GPS. Fairview was getting closer, the dot inching nearer by the second. The rain was relentless now, visibility dropping to under 50 feet. I slowed down, wipers working at full speed. That's when the headlights appeared in my rearview mirror, bright white, blinding even through the wet glass. Another car was behind me, tailgating, its high beams glaring. I flicked my brights on and off, hoping to signal it to dim the lights. No change. The car stayed close, unwavering. I decided to take the next exit, a small dirt road leading off the highway, thinking I could pull over and let the car pass. But as I turned, the other car followed. The headlights flooded the trees beside the road, making the darkness behind them seem even darker. I pulled over to the side of the dirt path, heart pounding, and stopped the car. The other vehicle slowed and then stopped a few dozen yards behind me. I sat there in silence, my breath fogging the windows. After a few minutes, the headlights went out. Total blackness pressed in. I reached for my phone, but the screen was dark, dead, despite having charged it fully before the trip. The radio was silent now. No static, no whispering voice, just empty quiet. Then I heard it, a faint tapping sound on my driver's side window. My head snapped around. There was no one there. I looked again. Nothing but wet leaves rustling in the wind. The tapping stopped. I unlocked the door with a trembling hand and stepped out, the gravel crunching under my shoes. The rain had eased into a drizzle, but the night air was cold and sharp. I scanned the trees, feeling eyes on me. My pulse raced. The other car's headlights remained off, but I could sense its presence somewhere behind me. Suddenly, a shape emerged from the trees. A man, tall, wearing a dark coat soaked from the rain. His face was obscured by the shadows, but I could see his eyes glinting faintly. "Can I help you?" I asked, my voice barely steady. He didn't respond at first. Then, in a voice like gravel, he said, "You shouldn't be here. This road isn't safe at night." I nodded, too nervous to speak further. "Turn back," he repeated, "before it's too late." I took a step back toward my car, and he didn't follow. I locked the door and started the engine. The moment I began to pull away, I saw the figure step onto the dirt road, standing still in the dark. I sped back onto the highway, my heart racing as the rain picked up again. The radio burst back to life with static and then silence. The whispering voice returned briefly. "Turn back." I kept driving. When the first hints of dawn touched the horizon, I finally relaxed enough to stop at a gas station. The lights inside were bright and warm, filled with other late-night travelers and the smell of fresh coffee. I never saw the man again. I never heard the whispering voice after that night. But every time I drive that stretch of highway, especially at night or in the rain, I remember the warning. Turn back. Story the end. The night was clear but cold as I started the drive back home. It was late, just past 11 p.m., when I left my friend's place in a small town in Pennsylvania. The kind of town where the streetlights are few and far between and the roads outside the center stretch into long, dark ribbons through the woods. The drive back to Philadelphia was supposed to take about 3 hours, but at night, with little traffic and no street lamps, it felt endless. I'd taken this route dozens of times before. Highway 209, cutting through the hills, a few small towns scattered along the way. The road is narrow in some places, lined with trees so thick their branches meet overhead and blot out the stars. I like the solitude, the quiet, the feeling of being alone with my thoughts, and the hum of the engine. That night, though, the silence felt heavier than usual. I'd been driving for about an hour when I noticed something strange. Up ahead, just off the right side of the road where the pavement ended and the woods began, there was a flicker of movement. At first, I thought it was a deer, common out here, but as I got closer, I realized it was a figure. A man standing perfectly still just at the edge of the trees. He was tall and thin, wearing what looked like a long coat. I caught his face in the headlights for a second, a pale, gaunt face that seemed to glisten unnaturally in the dark. His eyes were wide and locked directly on me. I slammed on the brakes and pulled off to the shoulder, heart pounding. My breath came out in shallow bursts as I watched him. He didn't move, didn't blink, just stared. I reached for my phone, hoping for a signal. Nothing. No bars. The cold seemed to press against the windows like a living thing. I debated calling the police, but figured it was probably someone drunk or lost, waiting for a ride. I rolled down the window and called out, "Hey, you okay?" No answer, just that eerie stare. Then, without warning, he vanished. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. The spot where he'd stood was empty, just a patch of dirt and fallen leaves. I swallowed hard, locked the doors, and eased back onto the road, my hands shaking. My mind raced with possibilities. Was I just imagining things? Was it some kind of prank? Or worse? The rest of the drive was a blur of shadows and silence. Every curve in the road seemed to hold a new threat. Every rustle in the trees a possible threat. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see him again. But nothing appeared. When I finally got back on the interstate and saw the glow of city lights in the distance, relief washed over me. The next day, I checked the local police reports. There were no missing persons, no reports of suspicious people on the roads. It was like the man had never existed. That night, as I lay in bed, I kept hearing a soft tapping outside my window, like fingernails lightly rapping on glass. I never opened the window, because some things aren't meant to be seen. Some shadows are better left in the dark. Story the end. Driving at night through the rural stretches of western Pennsylvania wasn't unusual for me. I'd grown up around these winding roads, the kind that cut through thick forests and rolling hills, dotted with sleepy small towns and the occasional abandoned farmhouse. It was a late November night. the kind where the air feels sharp, cold enough to bite through your jacket. I was making the trip back home after visiting my folks for Thanksgiving, a drive that usually took about 2 hours but felt longer in the dark. The road I took was State Route 208, a two-lane highway that snakes through a patch of mostly undeveloped with little traffic after dark. I'd driven it dozens of times, often enjoying the quiet solitude that came with it. That night, though, something felt off from the moment I hit the road. Maybe it was the heavy fog rolling in, or the way the bare branches clawed at the sky like skeletal hands. Whatever it was, the usual comfort I felt was replaced with a gnawing unease. I had the radio playing softly, a local rock station, but after about 20 minutes the signal began to fade. Static replaced the music, and then silence. I fiddled with the dial, but couldn't get anything to come through. The signal dead zone was common out here, so I switched it off and rolled down the window for some fresh air. The night smelled like damp earth and decaying leaves. My headlights cut through the fog, illuminating the cracked asphalt ahead. Suddenly, I saw a flash of movement at the edge of the road, near the tree line. I slowed, squinting into the shadows, but saw nothing more than a flicker of something pale. I chalked it up to my imagination and pressed on. A few miles later, the headlights of a car appeared behind me, far enough back that I barely noticed at first. The vehicle seemed to be following closely but didn't attempt to pass. I glanced in the rearview mirror, an old rusted pickup, headlights dimmed low with a dark figure behind the wheel. I flicked on my left turn signal as I prepared to pull over for a moment, and the truck matched my speed. I was on alert now. The driver wasn't passing or signaling, he was just keeping pace. I decided to keep going, hoping to shake him off on the winding sections of the road ahead. As I rounded a sharp bend, I spotted a small roadside diner still open, a rare sight in this part of the state at this hour. I flipped on my right turn signal and pulled into the gravel parking lot, hoping the truck would pass by. But it followed me in, slowing to a stop near the edge of the lot. The driver sat motionless in the cab, headlights off now, staring in my direction. My heart rate sped up. I locked the doors and kept my eyes on the truck. After a few moments, it pulled out slowly, leaving the lot and disappearing back onto the highway. I sat there for a minute, trying to calm my nerves. I debated whether to call the police, but there was no cell service. Not here. Not on this stretch. Deciding to keep moving, I started the engine again and pulled back onto the highway. The fog had thickened and the road looked narrower. My headlights barely penetrated the mist. The silence outside the car was complete except for the engine and the rhythmic thump of my tires. About 5 minutes down the road, I saw something that made me slam on the brakes. A figure stood directly in the middle of the road, illuminated faintly by my headlights. The shape was a woman, wearing a long white dress soaked through with rain, her long dark hair hanging over her face. She didn't move or react as I stopped just feet from her. Frozen, I reached for my phone again. Still no service. I honked the horn gently, but the woman just tilted her head slightly, lips moving but no sound coming through the fog. I felt an icy chill spread through my body. Suddenly, she vanished. One moment she was there, the next, nothing but empty road. I blinked and looked again, but the road was clear. I swallowed hard and pressed the accelerator. My hands trembled on the steering wheel. The headlights flickered once more, then steadied. As I rounded the next bend, I noticed the truck again, headlights reappearing behind me. It was gaining speed now, quickly closing the gap. Panic set in. I floored the gas pedal, weaving through the curves as fast as I dared. The truck followed, relentless. My car's engine roared, tires squealing as I tried to outrun the dark vehicle. At the crest of a hill, I saw flashing blue and red lights ahead. Relief washed over me. I was nearing a police checkpoint for the nearby town. But as I approached, the lights went out. The checkpoint was empty, silent, as if abandoned. No officers, no patrol cars, just empty orange cones and a dark shack with boarded windows. I slowed, confused. The truck was right behind me, and suddenly the headlights blazed, blinding me. I swerved, struggling to keep control. Then, with a deafening roar, the truck slammed into my rear bumper. The impact jerked my car forward violently. I lost control and spun off the road into the ditch. Dazed, I sat for a moment, trying to collect myself. I looked back toward the road, but the truck was gone. I tried to start the engine, but it was dead. I grabbed my phone again, still no signal. I was stranded, alone, with only the dense fog and the eerie silence around me. A cold breeze swept through the trees, and I heard footsteps crunching in the leaves behind the car. I turned slowly and saw the woman in the white dress standing just beyond the tree line, staring at me with hollow eyes. I screamed and scrambled out of the car, running blindly into the darkness. The last thing I remember before everything went black was the sound of footsteps closing in all around me. Story the end. The rain had been falling for hours, turning the two-lane highway into a glossy ribbon of black, reflecting the occasional street lamp like a smudged mirror. I'd been behind the wheel since late afternoon, my hands stiff from gripping the steering wheel, eyes dry and stinging from watching the dark stretch ahead of me for too long without a real break. I was making my way from St. Louis to a small town in eastern Kentucky, a trip I'd made once before, but never at night and never alone. My cousin was getting married, and between work and some last-minute obligations, I'd gotten a late start, meaning the bulk of my drive was happening under a thick blanket of night. The storm wasn't helping. The wipers swiped furiously, each pass revealing the road for only a second before it blurred again. I had the radio low, mostly for company, but it was cycling between static and half-clear stations. Every so often, a lightning strike would illuminate the road, trees, and the occasional mailbox, making the world look briefly frozen in silver. Traffic had thinned out hours ago. I hadn't seen another car in at least 20 minutes, not even headlights in the opposite lane. The world felt like it belonged only to me, the rain, and the endless stretch of asphalt. Around 11 p.m., I noticed my gas gauge hovering dangerously close to empty. I cursed under my breath, realizing I'd passed the last open station about 30 miles back without stopping. I'd figured I could make it to the next big town. Now, the reality was sinking in that I might not. The GPS on my dash showed a small green icon for a gas station just up ahead in a town called Murdoch, a place I'd never heard of. The map display showed it as a speck along the highway with no other services for miles beyond it. I didn't have much choice. The rain eased into a drizzle as I took the exit ramp toward Murdoch. The ramp curved sharply, leading me into a dimly lit stretch of road lined with skeletal trees, their bare branches swaying in the wind. My headlights caught glimpses of a few old buildings, most of them dark. The gas station came into view a minute later, a lonely island of flickering fluorescent light. It wasn't one of the chain stations. No bright logos, no gleaming pumps. This place looked like it hadn't been updated since the 80s. 2 pumps stood under a sagging awning, the paint peeling and the concrete cracked. Inside the small convenience store, I could see shelves sparsely stocked and a single counter with a dusty register. A neon open sign buzzed in the window, though half the letters had burned out. I pulled up under the awning, relieved to be off the highway. The rain had tapered off completely now, leaving the air thick and still. When I stepped out of the car, I immediately noticed how quiet it was. No crickets, no wind, nothing except the faint hum of the overhead lights. It felt wrong. I swiped my card at the pump. Nothing happened. No beep, no display, just dead. Great. I sighed and decided to pay inside. The bell over the door jingled weakly when I pushed it open. The place smelled faintly of mildew and something chemical like old cleaning supplies. The lighting inside was dim, the fluorescent tubes overhead flickering occasionally. Behind the counter stood a man, maybe in his late 50s, wearing a stained button-up shirt and a trucker cap. His skin was pale, almost grayish, and his eyes were a watery blue that didn't quite seem to focus on me. He didn't greet me, just stared. Pump 2 doesn't seem to be working," I said, forcing a polite smile. "Can I pay inside?" He blinked slowly, then nodded. His voice, when he spoke, was low and flat. "Cash only." I hesitated. "Oh, okay. How much do you need?" he interrupted. $20 should be fine." He nodded again and rang it up. As I handed him the bills, I noticed his hands were oddly mottled, like they'd been stained by something. He slid the cash into the register without looking and reached under the counter. A moment later, he handed me a large, old-fashioned key attached to a block of wood. "Pump's locked," he said. "Use this." I took the key, mumbling thanks, and headed back outside. Sure enough, there was a small padlock on the pump handle. I unlocked it, replaced the key in my pocket, and started fueling up. The numbers on the old analog display spun slowly, clicking with each cent. That's when I noticed it. The station's reflection in the rainwater pooled on the concrete didn't match what was around me. In the reflection, the store windows weren't dark inside. They were glowing warmly, and I could see figures moving inside. Not just the man at the counter, others. Shadows shifting along the aisles, their movements jerky, unnatural. I froze, staring down at the shimmering puddle. One of the figures in the reflection turned toward me. Even though it was just a vague silhouette, I had this sudden, overwhelming sensation that it knew me, that it had been waiting for me. I looked up sharply at the actual store. Dark, empty, no movement. My skin prickled all over. I finished fueling as fast as I could, locked the pump again, and got in the car. When I turned the ignition, my headlights swept across the building. For a split second, I swore I saw someone standing just inside the glass door. Not the man at the counter. A tall, thin figure with its head tilted at an unnatural angle. Then the light shifted and there was nothing there. I told myself I was just tired, that the storm and the long drive were messing with me. I pulled out of the lot and headed back toward the highway. The GPS showed the on-ramp just a mile ahead. But as I drove, the road didn't look right. It was narrower, the trees closing in on both sides, branches hanging low like grasping fingers. The pavement was rough, patched in places, and there were no signs. Not for the highway, not for Murdoch. Nothing. After about 5 minutes, I realized I should have reached the on-ramp by now. I slowed down, scanning the dark ahead. That's when I saw a shape on the side of the road. A figure, standing just beyond the reach of my headlights. As I approached, I realized it was the tall, thin figure from the gas station window. Its head was still tilted at that unnatural angle, its arms hanging limply at its sides. I eased off the gas, my heart hammering. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me, or at least facing me. I couldn't see its face clearly, just the pale oval of its head. Then, as my car drew even with it, it stepped forward, into the beam of my headlights. Its face was wrong. The features were smeared, as if they'd been painted on and then dragged sideways. Its mouth was too wide, the corners stretching toward its ears, and its eyes were dark pits. I slammed on the gas, tires screeching on wet pavement, and tore past it. The road twisted and dipped, and I focused on nothing but keeping the car on the asphalt. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror. My hands were slick with sweat, my pulse pounding in my ears. The trees closed in tighter, the darkness between them thick and absolute. Then, just as suddenly as it had changed before, the road opened up. I saw the green reflective sign for the I-64 on-ramp ahead. I don't know how, but I was back where I should have been. I didn't question it. I got on the highway and didn't look back. But for the rest of the drive, every puddle I passed in the road seemed to shimmer just a little too much. And in the reflections, I thought I saw figures moving, just beyond the glass of reality, watching, waiting. I never found Murdoch on any map afterward. And the next morning, in daylight, when I checked my car, the old brass pump key was still in my pocket. Story the end. The rain had started falling steadily by the time I hit the highway, the rhythmic tapping on the roof of my sedan blending with the low hum of the engine. It was nearly midnight, and the roads were nearly empty, save for the occasional truck that passed by in the opposite lane, headlights cutting through the thick blackness. I was driving home after a long shift at the hospital in a small town in Pennsylvania, the kind of place where the fog rolls in thick off the hills and the night seems to swallow everything whole. My route took me down a stretch of rural highway that wound through dense forest and open farmland. The trees stood close to the edge of the pavement, their branches slick with rain, leaning inward as if to block the road itself. I flicked on my windshield wipers, but the downpour blurred the edges of the headlights, turning the world outside into a shifting gray haze. It was the kind of night where your senses sharpen, but also warp, and every shadow seems to move just a little too fast. About 10 miles into the drive, I noticed a figure standing on the shoulder of the road, just beyond the guardrail. At first, I thought it was a deer. The shape was thin and tall, but the stillness didn't feel natural. I slowed slightly, leaning forward to get a better look through the wet glass. The figure didn't move. It was a man, tall and thin, wearing a dark jacket that soaked up the light. His face was turned away from me, but I swear he was watching. I didn't stop. The way his body was angled, unmoving, watching silently, made every hair on my neck stand on end. As I passed, my headlights illuminated the side of his face. Pale, eyes dull, lips pressed tight in a grim line. My heart thudded in my chest, and I gripped the wheel tighter. The rain seemed to fall harder now, the wipers beating a faster rhythm as I tried to shake the creeping unease. I told myself it was just a hitchhiker, someone stranded out in the storm, but something felt wrong. I glanced in the rearview mirror. No car behind me. No headlights trailing. The road narrowed as it twisted through the woods, sharp curves flanked by towering pines that blocked out the sky. It was the kind of place where people told stories about strange things happening, though I never believed them. Not really. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a tapping noise, faint but distinct, like something knocking on the roof of the car. I froze, every instinct screaming to look up. The tapping grew louder, more urgent. I blinked, and there it was, a figure on the roof, a shadow shifting with the rain. I slammed on the brakes, skidding slightly on the wet pavement, heart pounding as I struggled to stay in control. The figure leapt off before I could see it clearly, disappearing into the darkness with unnatural speed. My breath came out ragged as I peered into the black forest. No sign of it. No footprints in the muddy shoulder. I started driving again, slower now, every sound magnified. The tick of the wipers, the drip of water from the eaves of the trees, the distant rumble of thunder. I passed a broken-down truck on the side of the road, its hazard lights blinking erratically. The driver's door hung open, swinging in the wind. No one was around. I considered stopping, but then headlights appeared behind me. Bright, white, too close. The taillights reflected in my rearview mirror, a pickup truck moving fast, closing in. I felt a cold sweat break out. The pickup tailgated me closely, so close I could see the driver's face in my mirror, a man with a blank expression, eyes wide and unblinking. I tried speeding up, pushing my car to 90, but he matched me, but staying glued to my bumper. I took a sharp turn onto a side road, the tires sliding on the gravel, but the pickup followed without hesitation. Panic surged through me. I called 911, but the call dropped, no signal. I was alone, trapped with this man who seemed to be hunting me in the middle of nowhere. I saw a faint light in the distance, a gas station, Salvation. I floored it, gripping the wheel with white knuckles, and burst onto the station's wet parking lot. The pickup pulled in behind me and stopped abruptly, dust and gravel flying. I jumped out, running into the brightly lit store. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and a tired clerk looked up from the counter. "Is everything okay?" he asked. I tried to catch my breath. "There's someone following me," I said. "A pickup truck. He's been tailing me for miles." The clerk nodded slowly. "You're lucky to have made it here. Folks around here say that stretch of highway's cursed, to say the least. Some say the man who died in that wreck haunts the road looking for company." I nodded, not sure whether to believe him. I looked out the window. The parking lot was empty, except for my car. No pickup in sight. I called my wife and told her I'd be staying at a motel nearby until morning. The clerk gave me directions, and I booked a room just across the street. As I settled in, I kept glancing at the window. The rain continued to fall, relentless. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of knocking at my motel door. My heart jumped into my throat. I didn't answer. Then came a whisper, so faint I almost thought I imagined it. "Let me in." I pulled the covers over my head and stayed frozen until dawn. The next morning, the sky was clear and the world looked normal again. But I never forgot the look in those eyes in the mirror, the tapping on the roof, or the whisper in the dark. Sometimes I still hear the rain tapping outside my window and wonder if that man is still out there waiting for the next driver to stop. Story the end. The stretch of highway between my uncle's farm in rural Kentucky and the interstate was always a lonely one, but at night it became something else entirely. I was on that road one late September evening, driving back after a weekend visit. The sun had dipped below the horizon hours ago, and the only light came from my car's headlights and a sparse scattering of stars. My phone battery was dead. I'd forgotten to charge it, as usual. So I was completely alone with nothing but the night and the road ahead. The highway was a 2-lane ribbon winding through dense forest, with no other cars in sight. Somewhere out there, animals rustled in the underbrush, and the wind whispered through the trees. I felt a small knot of unease settle in my stomach, the kind you get when you're too far from the comforts of town and too close to the unknown. About 30 miles in, just as I rounded a sharp curve, I caught sight of a figure standing by the side of the road. At first, I thought it might be a hitchhiker, but the way he stood, completely still, almost stiff, felt wrong. He was a tall man, wearing a dark coat that blended into the shadows. His face was obscured by the brim of a hat pulled low, but the faint glow of the headlights caught the glint of his eyes, which were fixed, unblinking, on me. I slowed down slightly, but kept moving. Something about the figure didn't sit right. I passed without stopping, but the image lingered in my mind. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting him to be running after the car, but the road behind me was empty. A sudden crackle on the radio startled me. The static broke, and then a voice came through. Faint, distorted, whispering. Turn back. Turn back. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I fumbled with the radio knob, trying to change the station, but the voice only grew louder, more insistent. Then the radio died completely, plunging me back into silence. The car's engine hummed, and the tires crunched over gravel. I pushed the accelerator, eager to get away from that spot. A few minutes later, headlights appeared behind me, far too close and glaring. A pickup truck was tailgating me aggressively, its high beams burning into my rearview mirror. I flicked on my hazards and slowed, hoping to let it pass, but it stayed glued to my bumper, almost as if trying to intimidate. I scanned the road ahead for a place to pull off, but found nothing. The trees closed in on either side, their branches scratching at the windows like skeletal fingers. The truck's engine growled, and the driver flashed the high beams repeatedly, almost like a warning. My heart pounded in my chest. I didn't know what the driver wanted or why he was following me, but I knew I needed to get out of there. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement in the trees. Shadows shifting, figures lurking just beyond the reach of the headlights. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The truck suddenly veered into the opposite lane and sped past me, disappearing around a bend. I exhaled, relief flooding me, but the tension didn't leave my body. Up ahead, I spotted a dirt road branching off the highway. On impulse, I turned onto it, hoping it might lead me somewhere safer. The trees thickened and the road narrowed, gravel crunching beneath the tires. As I drove deeper, I realized the dirt road was a dead end, leading to an abandoned farmhouse barely visible in the moonlight. The windows were shattered and the paint peeled like dried skin. I stopped the car and debated what to do next. The engine's purr seemed loud in the silence. I locked the doors and took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. Suddenly, tapping sounds echoed on the driver's side window. I jerked my head toward the noise. The glass was fogged, but outside, a pale hand pressed against the window, fingers long and twisted. I slammed the lock button and slammed the door closed. The hand disappeared. I slammed the car into reverse, tires throwing gravel as I sped back toward the highway. Back on the main road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The pickup truck was gone. The radio flickered back to life, playing static-laced country music. I didn't stop until I reached the city limits, where streetlights and other cars crowded the streets. The next day, I learned that the highway was notorious for strange disappearances and sightings. Ghost stories, they called them. But I know what I saw. I know what followed me. And I know I'll never take that road at night again. Story the end. The sky had already long since swallowed the last of the fading twilight by the time Mark slid behind the wheel of his aging pickup truck. He had been working the late shift at a small fabrication shop on the outskirts of Chattanooga, Tennessee, and now faced the long, lonely stretch of Route 27 that would take him home to his small rented cabin in the foothills. The air was thick with the humidity that clings to the south in early summer, and the thick blanket of darkness pressed in on all sides. His headlights pierced the black void just enough to illuminate the cracked and faded lines painted on the road. Mark had driven this route hundreds of times before, but tonight, the silence in the truck cab was heavier than usual. His phone sat on the dashboard, battery low, GPS signal weak. He'd left it plugged in at work and forgot to charge it. No matter. This part of the drive was familiar enough without it. The radio was dead static, the signal lost somewhere beyond the ridge. Mark reached over, fiddled with the dial, but nothing but crackling hiss responded. He switched it off and rolled down the window, letting the humid air rush in, carrying the scent of wet earth and pine. There was a strange feeling in the pit of his stomach, a sense of being watched that made his skin crawl. Mark chalked it up to the late hour and fatigue. Night driving had always unsettled him a bit, even though he preferred it to the bustle of daylight traffic. The two-lane highway twisted through the dense woods, cutting a narrow path that climbed steadily higher. Shadows pooled between the trees like dark, liquid pools. He slowed slightly, careful on the curves, his eyes scanning the roadside for any signs of movement. Then from the corner of his eye, he caught it, a flash of white, a figure standing just at the tree line. He jerked his head to look, but the spot was empty. He rubbed his eyes. Tiredness, he told himself. He had been working 12-hour shifts lately. The road crept on and the feeling only grew stronger. Every time Mark looked in the rearview mirror, he thought he saw headlights far behind him, but when he glanced again, they disappeared. He tried to ignore the rising panic. Up ahead, he saw a flicker of light, a gas station, or maybe a small convenience store. Relief flooded him. He pulled off the road onto the gravel shoulder. The building was old. The neon sign buzzed faintly, open 24 hours. Dust hung in the air, stirred by the sudden breeze. Inside, a man behind the counter looked up as Mark entered. The man's face was pale and drawn, eyes shadowed. Mark's unease deepened. "Just gas, thanks," Mark said, trying to keep his voice steady. The man nodded silently and watched him fill the tank. When Mark returned to his truck, he paused for a moment and glanced back at the building. The man in the store was still watching him, but there was something unnatural about the way his head tilted, the way his eyes reflected the dim light. Mark felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He slid behind the wheel and drove away. As he pulled back onto the highway, he noticed movement along the side of the road, shapes darting between the trees, indistinct and shadowy. He blinked and looked again, but nothing was there. Suddenly, his headlights caught a figure standing directly in the middle of the road. Mark slammed on the brakes, tires screeching on the asphalt. The truck skidded to a halt inches from the figure. It was a woman, or at least it looked like one. Pale skin, long dark hair hanging over her face, wearing a tattered white dress. She didn't move or blink. Mark's heart hammered in his chest. He looked away for just a second, and when he looked back, the figure was gone. The radio crackled back to life, static screaming into the cab. Mark fumbled for the dial, but the voice on the other end was garbled. Then a whisper, barely audible. "Don't stop. Don't look back." Mark's blood ran cold. He slammed the truck into gear and floored the accelerator. The road bent sharply around the next ridge. His headlights caught something moving at the edge of the woods. A man, tall and gaunt, face hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat. Mark swerved sharply to avoid hitting him, but the truck fishtailed on the loose gravel. The engine stalled. Darkness swallowed him. Mark's breath came in ragged gasps. He reached for the key, but it slipped from his sweaty fingers. The figure from the road appeared again, closer now, stepping into the moonlight breaking through the clouds. Its face was pale, eyes black voids that sucked in all the light. Mark scrambled back and a hack banging against the cab. The figure extended a hand, fingers thin and twisted like branches. Mark managed to grab the keys and turn the ignition. The engine roared to life. He hit the gas and tore down the highway. The figure vanished into the trees behind him. Mark didn't stop until the first glimmers of dawn lit the horizon. He knew one thing for sure: some roads at night are better left untraveled. Story the end. The night had settled deep over the countryside, swallowing the familiar shapes of trees and road signs into darkness. Jake had left the diner an hour ago, the remnants of his late dinner still heavy in his stomach, and was making his way back home along the winding stretch of Highway 23, a narrow two-lane road slicing through the hills of rural Tennessee. The air was cool and crisp, the kind that made the hairs on your arms stand up without any real reason. Jake's truck was old but steady, a well-worn 2003 Ford F-150 that had seen better days but never left him stranded. He liked driving at night, found comfort in the solitude. The highway was quiet except for the rhythmic crunch of tires on gravel patches and the occasional buzz of a distant cicada. Somewhere behind him, a full moon cast faint light on the landscape. but clouds were rolling in fast, threatening to swallow it whole. He passed a faded wooden sign that read, "Welcome to Ravenwood," and kept driving. The town was small, barely more than a dot on the map, a few hundred souls scattered over miles of farmland and woods. He didn't plan on stopping, just wanted to get home, shower, and call it a night. The road stretched ahead like a ribbon of tar, bordered by thick stands of oak and pine. About 10 miles down the highway, the trees closed in tighter, and the blacktop narrowed further, flanked by ditches filled with brambles. A sudden chill rolled through the cab, unnatural for the time of year. That's when he saw it. A lone figure standing at the edge of the road, just beyond the reach of his headlights. Jake's foot instinctively eased off the gas. The figure was a man, tall and thin, dressed in a long dark coat and hat. His face was hidden in shadow, but his posture was still, as if waiting. Jake frowned, then slowed to a crawl, the truck's engine ticking quietly in the cool night air. The man didn't move. Jake pulled over, heart quickening. He rolled down the window a crack. "Hey!" Jake called softly. "You need some help?" The figure tilted his head slightly but said nothing. Jake stepped out of the truck, the gravel crunching under his boots. He held his phone up, flashlight on, trying to get a better look. "Sir, you okay?" Still no answer. Something about the silence was wrong. The man's stillness was almost too perfect, too deliberate. Jake took a step closer. Suddenly, the figure turned, revealing a pale, gaunt face with sunken eyes that seemed to absorb the light. His lips parted slightly, revealing teeth that glinted sharp and unnatural. Jake stumbled back, a cold sweat breaking across his forehead. "Jesus Christ," he whispered. The figure took a slow step forward. Jake yanked his phone out, started backing toward the truck. The man moved faster now, breaking into a run that was oddly stiff, like a puppet jerked by unseen strings. Jake slammed the door, locked it, and started the engine. The figure reached the edge of the road just as Jake pulled away, slamming on the accelerator. His hands shook on the wheel as he raced down the highway, glancing into the rearview mirror. The figure was standing at the roadside, watching, motionless once more. Jake's breathing was ragged. His mind raced for explanations, but there were none. The radio flickered on, static filling the cab, then a faint whispering voice drifted through the speakers. "Don't look back," it hissed. Jake slammed his hand down, killing the radio. His eyes darted around, searching the tree line for any sign of movement. The road twisted ahead, the beam of his headlights carving through thickening fog that hadn't been there moments before. He pressed the accelerator, the truck surging forward. Up ahead, the highway crossed an old iron bridge, its rusted girders creaking softly in the wind. Jake remembered the stories from childhood about that bridge being haunted, a place where travelers vanished or went mad. As he approached, a shape blocked the center of the bridge, a woman in a tattered white dress, soaked through, hair plastered to her face, dripping water that pooled at her feet. Jake's foot slammed the brakes, tires screeching on metal. The woman didn't move, just stared at him with hollow eyes. Panic surged. He threw the truck into reverse, tires spinning as he tried to back off. Then the engine died. Silence engulfed the cab. Jake fumbled with the keys, but the ignition was dead. The woman raised a hand, pointing at him. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared on the bridge. Men, women, children, all staring silently, their faces pale and gaunt, eyes empty. Jake's mind screamed to get out, but the doors were locked tight, windows sealed. The air grew thick, cold as death. A whispering chant filled the air, voices overlapping in a mournful hymn. Jake shut his eyes tight. When he opened them, the figures were gone. The engine roared back to life. Jake slammed the truck into gear, speeding across the bridge and down the road. The fog lifted as quickly as it came, and the highway opened back into familiar terrain. Hours later, Jake sat in his apartment, trying to shake the image of those hollow eyes. He never took that highway at night again. Story the end. The sun had already dipped beneath the horizon by the time I pulled out of my friend's driveway in a sleepy Pennsylvania town. It was early September, and the air held that unmistakable chill that hints at the coming fall, even though the calendar still said summer. My plan was simple: make the 90-minute drive back to my apartment in Pittsburgh via the back roads, mostly Route 22 and a handful of less-traveled country highways, places I'd driven countless times before. I liked the quiet solitude of the night, the way the world seemed to pause beneath the stars. I had left the party a little early. Nothing against my friends, but I'd been feeling drained all day, and the idea of curling up in bed as soon as possible was more appealing than one more round of beers and conversation. The sky was clear, the moon full and bright, casting long silver beams across the pavement. The radio played classic rock, something mellow that helped me focus. For the first half hour, everything was uneventful. The road stretched out like a ribbon through dark fields and patches of woods. My headlights cut through the darkness in cones of white, reflecting faintly off deer crossing signs and faded mile markers. The occasional passing car was a comforting reminder that I wasn't entirely alone. I was on a stretch of road called Shady Hollow by the locals, a two-lane road that twisted through dense forest with barely any shoulder, and in some parts the trees leaned in so close overhead it almost felt like driving through a tunnel of limbs. The town was so small it didn't show up on my GPS, and cell service was spotty at best. About 45 minutes in, I noticed the radio started to crackle, the music warping into static. I turned the dial to a different station, nothing but white noise. Frowning, I turned the radio off and back on. Same thing. I pulled my phone out, hoping to stream music or a podcast instead, but it blinked no service. That's when I realized I had entered the truly remote part of the drive. Not unusual. This was rural Pennsylvania, after all, but the timing was eerie. Just then, the headlights ahead caught movement on the road, a figure standing near the yellow line, frozen, unmoving. I slowed instinctively, squinting to get a better look. It was a man, maybe late 30s or early 40s, wearing a long dark coat that hung loosely from his shoulders. His hair looked unkempt, falling into his eyes. He didn't wave or gesture, just stood there, staring at me. The way he looked wasn't right. It was like he was looking through me, not at me. I slowed down, uncertain, and as I got closer, I tried calling out, "Hey, are you okay?" No answer. I was about to stop when suddenly he turned sharply and stepped off the road, disappearing into the trees. My heart thumped a little faster. Was he hurt? Lost? I debated pulling over to look for him, but shook the thought away. There was no cell signal, and honestly, the idea of wandering into those woods at night felt wrong. I pressed the accelerator and kept going. The road twisted and dipped, and I passed an old sign with peeling paint, "Welcome to Mill Hollow." I didn't remember this from the last time I took this route. The name seemed vaguely familiar, though, like something I'd read about in local news once. The radio still didn't work. As I drove on, I noticed headlights in the distance behind me. Another car, far back but gaining steadily. I glanced in the mirror, but the car was too far away to see details. I watched as the lights grew brighter, closing in. My pulse quickened. The road narrowed, with sharp turns coming up. The other car stayed behind me, not passing. I blinked and realized the lights had suddenly disappeared. I checked the rearview mirror again. Empty road. I exhaled slowly and looked back to the road. That's when I noticed the strange sensation, like a prickling on the back of my neck. Then came the sound, a soft tapping like fingernails against the window. I jumped, quickly scanning my surroundings. The sound came again, rhythmic and deliberate. I shook my head, telling myself it was the rain from earlier dripping off the trees, or maybe just my imagination. But the tapping continued, now coming from the passenger window. I dared to glance sideways. No one there. My hands gripped the wheel tighter. Up ahead, the road curved sharply left, and I hit the brakes slightly, slowing down. That's when I saw the figure again, this time standing on the edge of the woods to the right. The same man, long coat, hair hanging into his eyes. He was staring at me, unmoving. I didn't dare stop. The tapping continued, soft and steady. I turned the radio on again. Static filled the car, and then a low voice came through. "Don't stop. Don't look back." I slammed the radio off. My headlights caught something on the road. A small box, maybe a crate. I swerved slightly to avoid it. The car behind me honked suddenly. I looked up in time to see a pair of headlights flashing right at me, blinding me momentarily. When my vision cleared, the road was empty again. I slowed down, trying to calm my racing heart. That's when the phone buzzed. Finally, a signal. A text message. "Are you okay? Saw your headlights flickering. You should pull over." It was my friend from the party. I texted back quickly. "On my way. Something weird happening." The tapping sound stopped. I kept driving, eyes darting between the road and the woods lining it. At the next bend, I saw a faded sign, Beware the hollow. I shivered. I sped up, desperate to get past, but the radio turned back on by itself. Static. Then the voice again. Turn around. You don't belong here. I slammed the dial off and slammed my foot on the gas. The trees seemed to close in tighter. Then headlights in my rearview mirror again, this time closer. I glanced back and caught sight of the man, only now his coat was torn and his face was pale, almost translucent. He reached out a hand, fingers curling like claws. I screamed and floored the accelerator. The car lurched forward, tires skidding on loose gravel as the road ended abruptly. Ahead was a rickety wooden bridge spanning a deep ravine. The bridge looked old, with missing planks and sagging ropes. I didn't have a choice. I edged onto the bridge, every creak making my stomach drop. Halfway across, the car stalled. I hit the ignition. Nothing. The tapping started again, this time from the roof. I looked up to see the man standing on the bridge above me, peering down with hollow eyes. The bridge groaned under his weight. Suddenly, a plank broke, and he disappeared into the darkness below with a sickening splash. The engine coughed and turned over. I didn't wait to find out what else was waiting. I sped off the bridge and back onto solid road. Minutes later, the trees thinned. The radio came back to life, playing music. My phone pinged with a steady signal. I didn't stop until I saw the glow of the city lights. That night, I never forgot the look in that man's eyes, and I never took that road again after dark. Story the end. The evening had been normal enough. I'd spent the better part of the day at my cousin's place out in rural Vermont, catching up, eating way too much food, and watching old movies until the sun had fully set. By the time I got back in my car, the sky was a deep shade of navy, and the stars were just starting to peek through the thinning clouds. The temperature had dropped fast, making the air crisp and clean, perfect for a late-night drive. I had about an hour and a half to get home. The highway was mostly 2 lanes, winding and sometimes cutting through thick patches of forest. It was the kind of road that seemed harmless during the day, but took on an entirely different personality after dark. The trees lining the edges closed in like silent watchers, and the quiet was so complete it made your ears ring. The first 30 minutes were nothing but peaceful. The glow of the dashboard lights, the steady hum of the engine, and the occasional song from the radio filled the space inside the car. But then I noticed the fog. It was subtle at first, patches here and there, drifting lazily across the road and settling among the trees. But it quickly thickened, swallowing the light from my headlights and making the road ahead almost impossible to see. I slowed down, carefully following the faint white lines painted on the asphalt. The fog had a damp, heavy smell, like the earth after rain. I switched the radio to a talk station to keep my mind engaged, but the static kept breaking up the broadcast. I realized the cell service was gone. Not surprising out here, but still unsettling. About 45 minutes into the drive, I saw something ahead, a figure standing at the side of the road. At first, I thought maybe a stranded motorist or someone trying to hitch a ride. The silhouette was tall and slender, wearing what looked like a dark coat with the collar pulled up. The figure didn't move or wave. They just stood there, staring into the fog. I slowed to a crawl, rolling my window down to ask if they needed help. "Hey, you okay?" I called out, voice steady but cautious. No response, just silence. I caught a glimpse of the face, pale, expressionless, eyes wide but empty. The kind of stare that feels like it's not really looking at you but right through you. My skin crawled. I shook my head and pressed the gas pedal, trying to put distance between me and the figure. But then the radio cut out entirely, static blaring, and the engine sputtered as if struggling to stay alive. The headlights flickered, dimmed, then went out. I was plunged into darkness, save for the faint glow of the moon above the fog. Panic gripped me as I tried the ignition. The engine turned over, coughed, then died. I sat frozen, hands gripping the steering wheel, heart pounding. The figure was no longer by the roadside. I strained my eyes into the fog, but saw nothing but swirling white. Suddenly, there was a soft tapping on the roof of the car. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. I jumped and yanked my door handle. Locked. I fumbled for my phone, but the screen was black. The tapping stopped. The silence was absolute except for the distant hoot of an owl. I took a deep breath and tried the engine again. This time it caught. Headlights flickered back on, weak but steady. I sped off as fast as I dared on the slippery road. For the next half hour, the radio remained silent, the fog pressing close, but no more knocks came. When I finally reached the edge of the forest and the fog began to thin, the radio suddenly crackled back to life. A voice whispered my name. I slammed the radio off, heart in my throat. I pulled into a gas station, the only light and warmth for miles. The attendant was an old man, eyes sharp and knowing. When I told him what happened, he nodded gravely. "That road has stories," he said. "Some say it's cursed. The ones who break down out there don't always leave alone." I paid for a coffee, hands still shaking. On the way home, I didn't take my usual route. I stuck to well-lit highways and towns. I still think about that night. The figure. The knocks. Sometimes when I'm alone and it's quiet, I swear I hear that tapping again. Story, the end. The road was barely a ribbon of black asphalt cutting through the vast emptiness of the Midwest. It was just after midnight when Mark slipped behind the wheel of his beat-up Ford F-150, the interior lights casting a faint orange glow over the dashboard. The small town of Perry, Nebraska, was miles behind him now, and the highway stretched out ahead, disappearing into the darkness framed by fields of tall corn and distant patches of shadowy woods. Mark had worked a late shift at the grain mill, and though exhausted, he'd made the choice to drive home straight away rather than stay at his sister's place overnight. His little house sat off the next highway exit, some 20 miles ahead, nestled near a stand of ancient oaks. He was familiar with this stretch, had driven it dozens of times before, but tonight felt different. The stillness was heavy, almost oppressive. The radio sputtered in and out, picking up faint, crackling signals from stations dozens of miles away. Mark flipped through the AM dial, trying to catch something to keep him company, but mostly all he heard was static punctuated by distant, indecipherable chatter. The hum of the engine was a comfort, a steady vibration that pulsed through the truck's frame. A cold draft whispered through the slightly cracked window, carrying the scent of wet earth and something else, something faint like smoke or decaying leaves. Mark shook off the feeling, focusing on the yellow lines streaking beneath him. The headlights illuminated the edges of the road, but the darkness beyond was impenetrable, swallowing every tree, fence post, and ditch. About 10 minutes in, a movement caught his eye, a figure standing just off the shoulder, backlit by the truck's beams. It was a man, or so Mark thought, but the details were hard to make out in the dark. The figure was tall, wearing a long coat, parked, and stood absolutely still. Mark instinctively slowed, his pulse quickening. He reached to roll down the window, but hesitated. He remembered the stories his grandfather told him about hitchhikers on these back roads, some real, some more like warnings than fact. Still, something about this didn't feel right. The figure's face remained hidden in shadow. Mark passed by without stopping, keeping his speed steady as the man faded into the night behind him. Seconds later, headlights appeared in the rearview mirror. A car was following him, close enough to make his stomach knot. Mark glanced at the speedometer and saw he was doing about 55 miles per hour, the speed limit for this stretch. The car's lights didn't flash, and there was no horn, no gesture. He tried to ignore it, telling himself the driver was just heading the same way. But as the miles ticked by, the car stayed right on his tail. An uneasiness grew inside Mark. He thought about pulling over at the next rest stop, but the road was sparse, and there wasn't much ahead except more fields and the occasional faded billboard. The radio suddenly cut out completely, plunging the cab into silence. The only sound was the engine and the tires rolling on the pavement. Mark's hands tightened on the wheel. The car behind him blinked its high beams on and off, casting long, jittery shadows through the trees. When the high beams came on, Mark saw the driver, an indistinct figure wearing a hat pulled low, the face obscured. When the lights dimmed, the car seemed almost to vanish in the darkness. Mark's breath caught. His heart hammered as the truck slowed involuntarily, the engine sputtering. He reached for the gear shift, trying to keep control. Then the headlights behind him went dark. The car had disappeared. Mark glanced around nervously, feeling the cold sweep through the cab again. His phone buzzed in his pocket, startling him. He fumbled for it, seeing a text from his sister. "You okay? It's late." He typed back quickly. "Yeah, just on the road, almost home." No reply. The radio crackled back to life, this time playing a soft, haunting tune, some old folk song Mark had never heard before. The melody was slow and mournful, the lyrics indistinct through the static but strangely hypnotic. Mark tried to turn it off, but the radio knob wouldn't budge. The volume increased on its own, the music swelling inside the cab. He yanked the key from the ignition and the truck fell silent. His breath hitched. The quiet outside was absolute. Then, from the woods lining the road, a faint tapping noise began, like fingers drumming softly against tree bark. Mark's skin crawled as the sound grew louder and closer. He glanced in the side mirrors, expecting to see someone emerging from the trees. Instead, nothing. Just the swaying branches and the empty roadside. He tried the ignition again. The engine turned over sluggishly, then roared back to life. Mark pressed the gas, eager to get out of this place. Up ahead, the road curved sharply, revealing an old bridge crossing a narrow creek. The beams beneath the bridge creaked faintly as the truck rumbled across. Suddenly, headlights flashed in the distance, this time not behind, but on the side of the road near the bridge's entrance. Mark slowed, peering through the windshield. There was the figure again. This time a woman, standing in the gravel, wearing a long white dress, her hair tangled and wet as if she had just come out of the water. Her eyes met his, wide and hollow. Mark felt a cold wave wash over him as she lifted a pale hand and pointed straight ahead, then turned and vanished into the darkness without a sound. The radio screeched and hissed, then went dead. Mark slammed on the brakes, bringing the truck to a halt, right in the middle of the bridge. His phone screen lit up suddenly, a picture message from an unknown number. He opened it, heart pounding. The image was grainy and black and white, showing his truck on the bridge with the same woman standing nearby. A chill ran down his spine as the text beneath read, "Turn back before it's too late." Mark swallowed hard and pressed the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, tires skidding slightly on the slick surface. As he reached the other side, he glanced in the rearview mirror again. The woman was gone. His breath was shaky, and sweat slicked his palms. Minutes later, the highway opened up into a small cluster of lights. Mark recognized the familiar sign of the roadside diner near his house. Relief flooded him. He pulled into the parking lot, heart still racing. Inside, the diner was quiet but warm. The waitress poured him coffee with a sympathetic smile. Mark sat down and told her about the night, about the woman, the car, the radio. She nodded knowingly. That road's been the site of accidents. A young woman drowned in the creek years ago, trying to cross that bridge. Folks say she still waits for someone to help her. Mark didn't know what to believe. He finished his coffee, paid, and stepped back outside. The dawn was breaking, the horizon softening into pale blues and pinks. He drove the last few miles home, windows down, the morning air fresh and real. But the memory of the radio song, the tapping in the woods, and those hollow eyes stayed with him. He never took that road after dark again. Story the end. The highway stretched on endlessly, a narrow ribbon of black asphalt cutting through the dense forests of eastern Kentucky. It was nearing midnight, and the rain was steady but light, tapping rhythmically against the windshield. I'd been driving for hours, the road twisting and turning through the mountains, the only light coming from my headlights, and the occasional flicker of distant lightning behind heavy clouds. My job had kept me late in Lexington, and I was making my way back to a small town where I'd grown up, hoping to be home before dawn. The car's heater was on full blast, trying to cut through the damp chill that settled in with the night. I was tired, but alert, muscles stiff from sitting behind the wheel for so long. The radio played a soft country station, interrupted occasionally by static and brief crackles. Every so often, I'd catch a voice in the static whispering something I couldn't quite make out. I told myself it was just interference, the storm messing with the signal. Around mile marker 78, just after a tight curve where the trees crowded in close on both sides, I noticed the glow of a gas station sign flickering in the distance. Relief washed over me. I needed fuel badly. The tank was dangerously low, and the GPS showed no other stations for another 25 miles. The gas station was an old, weathered place called Hollow's End, and it looked like it hadn't changed in decades. The pumps sat under a rusted canopy, and the convenience store's windows were dimly lit, coated with grime and streaked by rain. I pulled in, the tires crunching on wet gravel. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of stale coffee and cigarette smoke. The cashier, a thin man with sunken eyes and a stained flannel shirt, barely looked up as I paid for gas. As I filled the tank, I felt an unsettling silence settle over the place. The usual hum of refrigeration units and chatter from other customers was absent. I glanced around the small store and noticed the shelves were sparsely stocked, mostly with old canned goods and dusty snacks. There was a small bulletin board near the counter with faded notices and some handwritten warnings about road closures and local wildlife. Outside, the rain began to pick up again. I closed the gas cap and returned to the car, but before I could get in, a flicker of movement caught my eye near the edge of the property. A figure stood just beyond the pool of light cast by the street lamp. A tall man in a dark coat, his face obscured by shadow. For a moment, our eyes met, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. I hurried back into the car, locking the doors behind me. The man didn't move. I stared at him through the rain-streaked window, but he eventually disappeared into the night. My hands trembled as I started the engine and pulled back onto the highway. The road twisted sharply as I approached the next curve, and that's when I saw it, a pair of headlights behind me, bright and relentless. The car was close, riding my tail. I glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed the driver wasn't making any attempt to pass, just staying locked on me. I flicked my brights on and off, hoping to signal them to back off, but they stayed right there. Panic began to rise in my chest. I pushed the accelerator, trying to create distance, but the car matched my speed effortlessly. I took the next turn hard, then the next, desperately searching for a place to pull over or a town to reach. The headlights behind me stayed constant, unwavering. After several miles, the car finally slowed and disappeared into the night. I exhaled sharply, heart pounding, but the unease didn't leave me. I tried calling my wife, but there was no signal. The storm had knocked out service along this stretch of road. I kept driving, the rain now heavy and relentless. Then, out of nowhere, the radio flickered to life again, crackling with static. Through the noise, I heard a voice whisper, "Don't look back." I slammed my hand against the dial, turning the radio off. My hands shook, and I fought to keep my eyes on the road. Suddenly, the headlights from the mysterious car reappeared, just in the distance behind me, closer than before. I swerved into a small pull-off spot, cut the engine, and sat frozen, listening to the pounding of my heart. The headlights passed the turnoff and vanished down a side road, but I didn't move until well after I heard nothing but the rain. When dawn finally broke, the rain stopped. I was miles from anywhere, the sun climbing slowly over the mountains. I drove the remaining miles home in silence, the night's events heavy on my mind. I never found out who that man was at the gas station or who was following me in the dark. But some nights when the storm rolls in and the radio crackles, I still hear that whisper, "Don't look back." Story, the end. The night had wrapped itself around the highway like a thick, suffocating blanket, the kind that presses against your skin and seeps into your bones. I was driving alone, the dull hum of my old Ford's engine the only sound breaking the eerie silence. The clock read 11:47 p.m., and I had just pulled onto Route 66 heading west from Tulsa, Oklahoma. It was a stretch of road I knew well, or so I thought. The trip started uneventfully enough. I'd left a friend's place after a late dinner, and the sky was clear, the stars peeking through the wisps of clouds. The air smelled like rain had passed through earlier, lingering in the night like a faint whisper. My headlights cut clean arcs through the darkness, reflecting off the faded yellow lines that marked the lanes. The road was empty, save for the occasional flicker of distant taillights. I'd been driving for about an hour when the first odd thing happened. Out of nowhere, my radio sputtered, the music warping and crackling before cutting out entirely. I tried switching stations, but only static greeted me, harsh and unyielding. I muttered to myself, flicking the volume knob, tapping the dashboard, but the silence was absolute. Even the familiar clicking of the turn signal felt too loud in the stillness. I chalked it up to a dead spot, something common on long, rural highways. As I rolled past a rundown gas station closed for the night, I spotted movement on the side of the road, just beyond the shoulder where the overgrown weeds swayed in the breeze. A figure stood there, motionless. At first, I thought it might be someone hitchhiking, but the shape didn't wave or signal. It just stood facing the highway, almost like it was waiting for something. I slowed the truck instinctively, my eyes narrowing to focus through the gloom. The figure was tall, wearing a long dark coat that blended into the shadows. Its head was down, obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, and the stillness was so complete that it felt unnatural. I glanced at my rearview mirror to see if any other cars were coming, but the road behind me was empty. A chill ran down my spine. Without thinking, I rolled the window up and hit the gas, trying to shake the image from my mind. A few minutes later, I noticed headlights in my mirror. Someone was following me. I didn't panic, yet. The car was a ways back, keeping its distance, but as I pressed the accelerator, it kept pace, matching every move. The feeling of being watched crawled under my skin like ice. I considered pulling over at the next exit, but there was nothing but darkness ahead. No towns, no rest stops, just miles of empty road flanked by dense forest. The headlights gained on me steadily, growing brighter, filling my mirror with a searing light. I sped up, pushing my truck harder, but the car kept up, persistent. I turned on my brights, hoping to scare them off, but the car didn't flash back or fall behind. It stayed glued to me. My heart pounded. I told myself to stay calm, that it might be someone else just out for a late drive, maybe lost or following the wrong route. But then the strangest thing happened. As we neared a curve where the highway bent sharply to the right, the car's headlights went out. 1 second, the glare was blinding, the next, complete darkness. I slammed on my brakes, the tires screeching on the pavement. I stared into my rearview mirror, trying to see through the blackness. Nothing. No headlights, no car. Just empty road. I exhaled slowly, relief flooding me. I checked the gauges, engine fine, headlights on, brakes working. I pressed the gas again and continued down the road, but the feeling of unease lingered. About 10 miles later, I passed an old motel with its neon sign flickering weakly. It looked deserted, like it hadn't hosted a guest in years. Suddenly, I noticed a shadow moving behind the cracked glass of one of the windows. I slowed down to get a better look. The figure was a man, standing very still, watching me as I drove past. His face was pale, almost ghostly in the dim light, and his eyes met mine for a brief moment. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I forced myself to look away and accelerate. The road stretched on, silent, except for the crunch of tires on gravel where the asphalt had crumbled. My phone buzzed once in my pocket. I pulled it out, heart jumping. It was a text message, but there was no number attached, just a single word, stop. I blinked and stared at the screen. No reply came. I debated whether to call Lisa, my wife, but the signal dropped before I could dial. The radio crackled back to life, low static buzzing before a faint voice came through. It was garbled, hard to understand, but I caught the phrase, "Danger ahead, turn back." The radio died again, plunging the cab into silence. I swallowed hard. I tried to focus on the road, but the shadows outside seemed to close in, pressing against the windows. Then, far ahead, I saw headlights approaching. Not behind me, but coming toward me in my lane. I froze. The headlights belonged to an old pickup truck, rusted and battered. It was barreling straight at me, no sign of slowing down. I jerked the wheel to the right onto the shoulder. The truck roared past, its engine screaming. I glanced over, but the driver's seat was empty. No one behind the wheel. Just the truck, speeding off into the night. My breath caught in my throat. I pulled over, heart pounding, hands shaking. I looked back down the road. The truck's headlights flickered one last time before vanishing. I sat there for a moment, debating what to do. The phone buzzed again. Another message, "Don't trust the road." I locked the doors and kept driving. At the next intersection, I saw a figure standing in the middle of the street. A woman wearing a long white dress. Her hair hung wet and tangled over her face. She didn't move as I slowed to a stop. I tried to call out, but my voice caught. She slowly lifted her head, eyes black and empty. The streetlights flickered and went out. I slammed the gas pedal and sped away. For the rest of the drive, the road twisted and turned in ways I didn't recognize. The landmarks I passed were unfamiliar, the signs distorted, and always, just behind me, headlights followed. I never dared look back. When dawn finally broke, I found myself on the outskirts of Tulsa again. My truck's dashboard clock blinked erratically. My phone was dead. I pulled into a gas station, hands still trembling. Inside, the clerk looked at me with tired eyes and said, "You made it through the night. Not many do." I asked what he meant. He smiled thinly. "That stretch of Route 66 you took, it's been closed for years." I stared at him. Closed, but I just drove it. He shrugged. Some roads don't like to be forgotten. As I left the station, I glanced back. In the rearview mirror, a pair of headlights blinked on the horizon, following me still. Story, the end. The night had wrapped itself around the small highway like a thick, cold blanket. I was driving home alone after a long day working a late shift at the diner in the next town over. My name's Danny, and I've driven these roads countless times before. A familiar stretch of Route 129 winding through the rural hills of northern Alabama. It was well past midnight, the only lights the faint glow of my headlights and the occasional flicker of distant stars breaking through a thin layer of clouds. I wasn't exactly eager to get home. The night shift was draining, and the long drive was usually peaceful, a time to decompress, listen to music, and watch the world slip by in the dark. But tonight, something felt off from the start. My old truck's radio buzzed with static. I fiddled with the dial, trying to catch a station, but the signal was dead. That was unusual this far south, but I figured it was just interference and turned the radio off. The rain from earlier had left the road slick, and the cool, damp air smelled like wet leaves and earth. As I drove along the twisting road, my headlights caught movement in the distance, a figure standing by the side of the highway. A man, maybe in his 30s or 40s, wearing a dark jacket and jeans. He stood perfectly still, barely visible in the dim light. I slowed, wondering if he needed help, but as I passed, he didn't move or react. No wave, no sign. I felt a chill creep up my spine. A few miles later, headlights appeared in my rearview mirror. A car was following me, keeping a steady distance but not passing. I glanced again and noticed the driver was hard to see. The windows were tinted dark, and the night made it nearly impossible to make out a face. I tried to speed up, but the car kept pace. I took the next exit onto a side road, hoping to lose whoever was behind me, but the car followed. It slowed, then passed me without turning on its headlights. The sudden darkness behind me was terrifying. I floored the accelerator, desperate to put distance between us. The road led through thick woods, and the canopy of trees swallowed the moonlight. Every shadow seemed to shift and move, the silence only broken by the roar of my engine and the pounding of my heart. Ahead, I saw a faint glow, a gas station open late. Relief flooded me. I pulled in, slamming the door behind me as I ran inside. The clerk was a middle-aged man with tired eyes. I asked if anyone had pulled in behind me. He shook his head slowly. "No one, son. You're the only one out here this late." Confused, I told him about the car that had been following me. He frowned. "There's been stories round here about a car that stalks this road at night. No one knows who drives it. Folks say if you see it, you best get off the road." I thanked him and stepped back outside. The parking lot was empty except for my truck. Suddenly, headlights appeared on the highway, coming toward the station. I froze. A black car slowed, then stopped at the edge of the lot. The driver's side window rolled down. A pale face stared out, no expression, just empty eyes. I backed inside and locked the door. Minutes later, the car sped off into the night. When I finally got home, I checked the local news. They reported a missing person, a man last seen hitchhiking on the very road I'd driven. I've never driven that stretch of highway alone at night again. Story the end. The headlights cut through the thick fog that had settled over the Appalachian Highway, their beams barely penetrating the swirling mist. I had been driving for nearly 3 hours straight, the monotony of the dark, winding road broken only by the occasional flicker of a deer's eyes in the trees. The rain had started earlier. First just a drizzle, then a steady pour that made the road slick and the forest smell fresh and damp. I was driving home from a weekend shift at the factory, tired but relieved that I had made it through without any major mishaps. The road was mostly empty, save for the occasional rig lumbering past in the opposite lane. My old Chevy truck's engine grumbled steadily beneath me, its worn tires crunching against the gravel shoulder every time I drifted a bit too close to the edge. About an hour into the drive, I noticed a car parked on the side of the road, its hazard lights blinking faintly through the fog. At first, I thought it was just another broken-down vehicle, something you see all too often out here. I slowed as I passed, glancing sideways. A figure stood beside the car, silhouetted against the faint glow of the taillights. As I drove past, the figure turned toward me, but I couldn't make out any features through the mist and rain. The hair looked long and dark, hanging limp against a soaked jacket. The figure didn't wave or signal for help, just stood still, watching as I drove by. A chill ran down my spine. I shook it off, telling myself that maybe it was someone waiting for a tow truck or just catching their breath. The roads had been slick, and no one wanted to drive in this weather if they could avoid it. Further down the road, the trees closed in, casting long shadows that shifted with every flash of passing headlights from other vehicles. My radio was dead static. The signal never reached this deep into the mountains. I switched it off, the silence wrapping around me like a blanket. About 20 minutes later, I saw the figure again, this time standing in the middle of the road ahead. The headlights illuminated the shape, a woman, drenched from head to toe, hair plastered against her face. She stood completely still, looking directly at me as I approached. I slammed on the brakes, my tires skidding on the wet asphalt. The truck fishtailed, and I struggled to keep control, heart pounding wildly. I came to a stop maybe 20 feet from her. She said nothing. Her eyes were glassy, expressionless, but there was something unmistakably wrong. Like she wasn't alive, or maybe not entirely human. The air felt colder, and the silence was deafening. I wanted to get out to check if she needed help, but the sense of dread rooted me to my seat. Suddenly, she vanished. I looked all around, but there was no sign of her, no footprints, no shadow. My breath caught in my throat as I stared down the empty road. The radio crackled to life for a moment. An old country tune faded in and out before cutting off again. I reached for my phone, but no bars, no signal. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror. Headlights were approaching fast. A truck, an old pickup, its beams bright and unwavering. It pulled up behind me too closely, making me flinch. I tapped the brakes lightly, signaling it to back off, but the driver didn't slow. The truck stayed glued to my bumper, following me as I pulled back onto the highway. I felt my pulse quicken. I didn't recognize the driver's face in the mirror, just a blur beneath a wide-brimmed hat. The truck's engine growled as it matched my speed. I sped up, pushing the Chevy past 80, but the pickup stayed close. Then the radio flickered on again. A distorted voice whispered through the static, repeating the same chilling phrase, "Don't stop. Don't look back." The message sent a shiver down my spine. My headlights caught movement on the roadside. Another figure, this one crouched low in the grass. I blinked, and it was gone. I turned off the radio, desperate for silence. The highway twisted ahead, leading up a hill. As I crested the incline, a roadblock appeared, though no barricades or signs warned of it. Just a mass of blackened trees and twisted metal strewn across the asphalt. I slammed on the brakes again, stopping mere feet from the wreckage. The pickup stopped behind me. I tried to reverse, but the truck edged closer, blocking my way. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of smoke and damp earth. From the shadows emerged figures, several now, ghostly shapes flickering in and out of sight. They moved toward the truck, silent and slow. I felt trapped. Suddenly, the woman from before stood beside my door. Her eyes were hollow, but she smiled. "Drive," she whispered. I started the engine. The truck roared to life. I pressed the accelerator hard, the pickup chasing behind as the phantoms reached for me. I tore through the fog, heart pounding, the radio crackling louder, voices screaming warnings. Finally, the forest thinned and the fog lifted. The pickup vanished, the roadblock disappeared. The radio was silent. I glanced in the mirror, only the empty highway behind me. The sun was beginning to rise. I didn't stop until I reached home. To this day, I avoid driving that road at night. Sometimes, when the fog rolls in thick, I swear I see those headlights behind me again. And the woman, standing silently by the roadside, waiting. Story, the end. The sky had already swallowed the last streaks of daylight when Ethan pulled onto the empty stretch of highway that cut through the dense woods of northern Georgia. The road was long and winding, snaking its way through hills covered in towering pines and ancient oaks that clawed at the night sky like skeletal fingers. His headlights cast narrow beams into the darkness, barely illuminating the cracked asphalt and the faint white lines marking the edge of the pavement. Ethan's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles whitening in the dim glow of the dashboard. It had been a long day. He'd spent hours working a double shift at the factory, then picking up supplies for his little hunting cabin where he planned to spend the weekend alone. Now, with just over 100 miles left, he was eager to get off the road and into the quiet. The radio was dead static, the weak signal from the nearby town fading into a persistent hiss. Ethan fiddled with the dial, but no station came through. He sighed and switched it off. The silence inside the cab suddenly overwhelming. The air smelled of damp earth and pine needles, cool but thick with humidity. Outside, the wind whispered through the branches, making the trees shudder and groan. The road curved sharply ahead, and Ethan eased off the gas, his eyes scanning the edges of the woods. Somewhere beyond the tree line, an owl hooted mournfully. As he rounded the bend, his headlights caught a flash of movement near the shoulder, a figure standing just beyond the brush. It was a man, tall and thin, wearing a long coat that fluttered in the breeze. His face was obscured by the shadows, but Ethan thought he caught the glint of eyes reflecting the light. He blinked, and the figure was gone. Ethan's heart thudded hard in his chest. He told himself it was just a deer, or maybe a trick of the light. He pressed on. The highway stretched ahead like a ribbon of ink, disappearing into the dark woods. About 30 minutes later, Ethan's fuel gauge nudged dangerously close to empty. He knew there was a gas station at the next town, a small place called Pine Ridge, but it was miles away. Up ahead, a flickering neon sign appeared, glowing faintly through the trees. He pulled off the road onto a gravel lot. The gas station was small and old, its paint peeling and the pumps rusty. A single bulb above the door flickered weakly. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of stale cigarettes and dust. A man sat behind the counter, his face shadowed beneath a worn baseball cap. "Need gas?" Ethan asked, trying to keep his voice steady. The man nodded silently, his eyes glinting oddly in the dim light. Ethan filled the tank, paid, and grabbed a soda from the fridge. When he looked back at the counter, the man was watching him, but there was something unnerving about the way his eyes seemed to glow faintly in the dark. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the old neon sign. Ethan hurried back to his truck. As he pulled onto the road again, he glanced in the rearview mirror. The man was standing in the gas station doorway, watching him. But as Ethan drove farther away, the figure twisted and stretched unnaturally, limbs bending at impossible angles before snapping back into place. Ethan blinked, heart pounding. He told himself it was a trick of the light and kept driving. The woods closed in tighter on either side, the branches scraping against the side of the truck. The road became narrower, the asphalt cracked and broken in places. His phone buzzed. He glanced down, a message from an unknown number. "Don't stop." Ethan swallowed hard and locked the doors. His headlights caught a shape ahead, another figure standing in the middle of the road. This one was a woman, her long hair hanging in tangled locks, wearing a dress so white it glowed faintly in the night. He slammed on the brakes, tires screeching. The woman didn't move. Ethan's breath caught. He looked away for a second, and when he looked back, she was gone. His phone buzzed again. "Keep driving." Ethan slammed the truck into gear and pressed the accelerator. His engine sputtered and died. The cab was plunged into darkness. He fumbled with the keys, his fingers trembling. A soft tapping began at the driver's side window. Ethan froze. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. He turned his head slowly, a face pressed against the glass, pale, sunken eyes staring deep into his soul. Ethan screamed and started the engine. The truck roared to life. He tore down the road, heart hammering. Behind him, the face faded into the darkness. The highway opened up ahead, lights of Pine Ridge glowing faintly. Ethan didn't stop. He didn't look back. The night swallowed him whole. Story the end. The road stretched out in front of me, a narrow ribbon of asphalt cutting through the vast nothingness of rural Kansas. It was just past midnight when I pulled out of the last gas station I'd see for miles, a cramped place with flickering fluorescent lights, dusty shelves, and a cashier who looked like he hadn't smiled in years. I was heading back home after visiting my sister in Wichita, and the drive felt longer than usual. The highway was mostly empty, except for the occasional pair of headlights in the distance. The radio played softly, old country tunes, barely audible over the hum of the tires on the worn road. The sky was clear, the moon just a sliver, barely casting any light through the vast fields on either side. After about an hour, the last signs of civilization faded behind me, replaced by endless cornfields and dark woods. I glanced at the GPS, which stubbornly insisted I keep going straight, though the road ahead was lined with dense trees that seemed to lean closer with each passing mile. As I passed a weather-beaten sign that said, "Welcome to Miller County," I noticed something strange, a figure standing by the side of the road ahead. At first, I thought it was a hitchhiker, but as I got closer, I realized it was a man. He was wearing a long coat, soaked as if he had been out in the rain, though the night was dry. His hair was matted and his face was pale, like almost ghostly in the beam of my headlights. I slowed down but didn't stop. Something about the way he stood there, completely still, facing away from the road, made my skin crawl. I thought about stopping to help but decided against it. The last thing I wanted was to pick up a stranger on this desolate stretch. As I passed him, I caught a glimpse of his face, hollow eyes staring blankly ahead, lips pressed into a thin line. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I glanced in the rearview mirror, but the figure was gone. I shook my head, trying to laugh it off as exhaustion playing tricks on me. The road curved sharply, and suddenly my headlights illuminated a car parked on the shoulder, hazard lights blinking. I pulled over and stepped out, my boots crunching on the gravel. The car was an old sedan, paint-chipped and faded, windows darkened by grime. There was no one inside. I looked around but saw nothing but the endless fields and rustling cornstalks. Feeling uneasy, I climbed back into my car. As I started the engine, the sedan's hazard lights blinked faster, then went out altogether. I pulled back onto the highway, heart pounding. Not long after, my phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. "Turn back." I stared at the screen, fingers trembling. I typed a reply, "Who is this?" No response. Minutes later, another text. "It's not safe. Don't go further." I tried calling my sister but got no signal. The silence was suffocating. Up ahead, the road narrowed, flanked by towering trees that blocked the moonlight. Then, out of nowhere, a pair of headlights appeared behind me, fast approaching. I sped up, but the car followed, tailing me closely. I glanced in the mirror. The driver's face was obscured, but the aura was unmistakably menacing. Panic set in. I took the next exit, hoping to lose them, but the car followed. The GPS lost signal. I was completely alone, hunted in the dark. My headlights caught a figure in the middle of the road, a woman, soaked, hair plastered to her face, eyes wide and unblinking. I slammed the brakes, the tires skidding on gravel. The car behind me screeched to a halt just inches away. I looked at the woman, then back at the car. The driver stepped out, same pale face, hollow eyes. I tried to start the engine. Dead. I was trapped. The figures advanced. I screamed into the void. Then I woke up, cold sweat soaking my shirt. It was just a nightmare. But as I sat up, I noticed the door to my bedroom was ajar, and outside a faint light flickered in the darkness. Story the end. The night was uncommonly still as Kevin eased his sedan onto Route 42, a two-lane highway threading through the vast stretches of Ohio farmland. He had left his friend's birthday party around 11:30 p.m., opting to take the longer back road route home rather than fight the traffic on the interstate. The party had been fun, but Kevin was feeling drained, his mind weighed down by the pressures of work and the recent argument with his girlfriend. Driving in the quiet night gave him space to think, to breathe. The stars overhead were bright, sparkling like scattered diamonds against a canvas of black. The only illumination came from the car's headlights, cutting a sharp path through the dark. The road was slick from earlier rain, and a faint mist clung to the air, giving everything a slightly blurred, surreal look. After 20 minutes of steady driving, Kevin's car radio crackled and died. He flipped the dial. Nothing. Static. Annoyed, he reached to plug in his phone, only to realize it had died too. No signal, no battery, no music, just the humming engine and the soft patter of tires on wet pavement. He sighed and kept his eyes on the road. The highway twisted and wound through dense woods, with trees leaning over the road like silent sentinels. Occasionally, Kevin would pass a small farmhouse with a single porch light glowing faintly. Most of the houses were dark, windows blacked out. About 30 minutes in, Kevin noticed a car behind him, its headlights bright, almost glaring in his rearview mirror. At first, he thought it was a normal vehicle catching up, but as the minutes passed, the car stayed exactly the same distance behind him. No flashing of lights, no attempts to pass, just following. He glanced again. Still there, his heart rate quickened slightly. He tapped his brakes lightly to see if the car would slow down. It did, keeping pace. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the right side of the road, a man standing just beyond the tree line, facing the highway. Kevin swerved slightly to avoid him, but the man didn't move. His headlights illuminated the man's face, a gaunt, pale expression, eyes deep and dark. Kevin's stomach churned. He sped up. The car behind sped up as well. A cold sweat broke out on Kevin's forehead. Ahead, the road forked. The GPS on his phone, now miraculously back on with a low battery, showed a detour to the left. He took it without hesitation. The road narrowed, gravel crunching under the tires. Kevin's pulse hammered in his ears. Up ahead, a weathered sign read, "Welcome to Pine Ridge." He passed a ramshackle gas station, closed for the night, lights off. The car behind disappeared. Kevin breathed easier. But then his headlights caught movement. A woman standing in the middle of the road, soaked, her dress torn and hanging loosely. Her long hair clung to her face, hiding her features. He slammed the brakes. The woman didn't move. Kevin glanced at the rearview mirror. The car was back, tailgating him with the high beams on. His hands trembled as he gripped the wheel. The woman's head slowly turned toward him. Her eyes were empty sockets. Kevin screamed. He threw the car into reverse and slammed it into drive, racing back down the gravel road. The radio burst to life with static screams. The phone died again. The car behind was gone. Ahead, the road opened to a small bridge crossing a narrow creek. The wood creaked ominously beneath the tires. Halfway across, the engine died. Kevin's heart stopped. The woman appeared beside the car, staring in through the window. The radio whispered, "You can't leave." The wood beneath the tires cracked. Kevin closed his eyes. When he opened them, the engine roared back. He sped across the bridge and didn't look back. At dawn, he found his car abandoned on the side of the highway. He never spoke of that night again. Story the end. Driving late at night had always been a solitary habit of mine, something I found oddly comforting. The quiet roads, the steady hum of the engine, and the emptiness of the world around me made it easier to think. That night, I was making the drive back home from a client meeting in upstate New York. The roads were familiar, winding stretches of Route 17, known locally as the Quickway, flanked by dense forests and rolling hills. I left the office just after 11 p.m., knowing I'd reach my apartment in about 2 hours if traffic cooperated. The sky was overcast, but the clouds had thinned enough that the moon peeked through occasionally, casting pale light over the road. The radio was playing a late-night talk show, the host's voice calm and soothing, and I was settling into the kind of half-drowsy state that sometimes creeps up during long drives. About 45 minutes in, just past a small town called Liberty, I passed a rundown gas station that was still open. Its flickering neon sign cast an eerie glow on the cracked pavement. There was no one in sight, but I caught a glimpse of a man standing near the pumps, his posture stiff and awkward. He wore a dark jacket with a hood pulled up, obscuring his face. I slowed as I drove past, but kept going. There was something about him that didn't sit right. The man didn't move or acknowledge me, just stood there, staring off into the night. As I continued, the road narrowed and curved through thick woods. The radio suddenly went dead, static replacing the talk show. I fiddled with the dial, but no station came through. The silence was unsettling. Suddenly, headlights appeared behind me, another car, following closely. It was too late at night for anyone to be out, but I wasn't worried. Sometimes people just like to drive late. I kept my speed steady, occasionally checking the mirror. The car stayed right behind me, its lights bright in the rear view. At the next curve, I saw something on the side of the road, a figure in white standing just beyond the trees. I blinked and looked again, but the figure was gone. My heart skipped. I tried calling a friend on my phone, but no signal. The car behind me flashed its high beams once and then suddenly accelerated, speeding past me and disappearing into the night. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The next stretch was the darkest yet, the forest thick and ominous. I turned on my headlights to high beam, trying to cut through the gloom. Ahead, I saw a broken-down pickup truck blocking the right lane, hazard lights flashing. There was no driver in sight. I slowed down and carefully moved around it. But as I passed, I caught a flash of movement. Someone climbing out from the back of the truck. The person wore a dirty white dress, hair matted and tangled, face pale and eyes wide. I slammed on the gas, refusing to look back. The radio crackled again. this time with a faint voice whispering, "Turn back, don't go on." I shut it off. Minutes later, my car started to sputter and lose power. The engine died, and the lights flickered out. I was stranded in the middle of nowhere. I grabbed my phone and tried calling for help, but still no signal. Suddenly, I saw headlights approaching. Relief flooded me. Someone was coming. But as the car got closer, I noticed the driver was the same man from the gas station, his face pale and expressionless, eyes black as coal. He stopped next to me, motioning for me to get in. I locked my doors. He knocked, voice low and harsh. "You shouldn't be here." I started the car, turning the key with shaking hands. The engine roared back to life. I sped away, hearing footsteps pounding behind me. The forest seemed to close in, trees bending towards the road as if trying to grab me. I kept driving, swearing never to take that road at night again. Story the end. The road stretched out in front of me like a black ribbon, the yellow lines slicing through the darkness in a steady rhythm under my headlights. It was close to midnight, the kind of hour where the world felt empty, like everything alive had retreated indoors, leaving only you and the asphalt. My hands were tight on the steering wheel, partly from the miles I'd already driven, partly from the growing sense of isolation that comes with being out there alone at night. I was heading west along a stretch of Route 64 in North Carolina, making my way toward Raleigh after visiting my mother in a small coastal town. It was a long drive, about 5 hours, and I'd left later than I should have. She'd insisted on making me dinner, and by the time I hit the highway, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. My GPS had me cutting through a more rural route instead of sticking to the interstates the entire way. Normally, I wouldn't care. Country roads could be peaceful. But something about that night already felt off. It was the darkness, maybe. Out there, away from towns, the blackness felt thicker than it did in the city. The glow from my headlights only reached so far before it was swallowed by the void. Trees crowded the edges of the road, their bare branches arching overhead in places like skeletal hands. Every so often, a curve in the pavement would appear suddenly, and I'd have to slow down more than I liked. The wind rattled through the trees, and even with the windows up, I could hear the faint sound of leaves scraping against each other. There was no traffic, not in either direction. For over an hour, I hadn't passed another car. No glowing headlights coming toward me, no red taillights vanishing into the distance. It was just me, the road, and the low hum of my engine. At first, it was kind of peaceful, like I had the whole highway to myself. But after a while, that peace turned into something heavier, an awareness that I was completely alone out here, and if something happened, help wasn't anywhere nearby. It was a little after 12:30 when I saw the first sign of movement. I had just come around a long bend when my headlights swept across something pale at the edge of the road. At first, I thought it was a deer, but as I got closer, I saw it was a person, a woman, standing just off the shoulder. She was wearing a light-colored coat, maybe beige, and her hair was hanging straight down, catching the light in a way that made it look almost white. She wasn't waving or trying to flag me down. She was just standing there, perfectly still, facing the road, facing me. My foot eased off the gas instinctively. For a split second, I considered pulling over. What if she'd been in some kind of accident? What if her car had broken down somewhere out of sight? But something about her posture froze me. There was no urgency, no frantic movement like you'd expect from someone stranded, just this unnatural stillness. As I passed, I kept my eyes on her. Her face was pale, almost too pale, but I didn't get a clear look before she disappeared from my headlights. My rearview mirror showed nothing but darkness. I glanced again, and she wasn't there anymore. Not even a shadow or the outline of her coat. It was like she'd never been there at all. I told myself maybe I just hadn't seen her in the mirror because of the angle. Or maybe she'd stepped back into the trees. But the unease stuck with me, crawling up the back of my neck. 10 minutes later, I saw her again. This time, she was on the opposite side of the road, standing in almost the exact same position, just off the shoulder, facing traffic. Same pale coat, same stillness. My heart thudded hard enough for me to feel it in my throat. I slowed down more this time, peering at her as I passed. Her head didn't move, but I could swear her eyes followed me. I didn't see a car anywhere nearby, no houses, no driveway, just her. I drove faster after that. The GPS told me I still had 2 hours to go. I kept telling myself it was just a coincidence, maybe a weird prank someone was pulling. But the road kept twisting through the woods, no sign of any other cars, and the silence inside my vehicle felt oppressive. I turned on the radio just to fill the air, but every station was static, even the ones I'd been listening to earlier. My phone's signal had dropped to nothing too, which I told myself was just because I was out in the sticks. An hour passed. Then, as I came over a small rise, my headlights lit up the curve ahead, and she was there again. Same spot, same coat, same unnerving stillness. This time, I didn't slow down. I pressed my foot harder on the gas, my eyes flicking to the rear view the second I passed her, and just like before, gone. No silhouette, no movement in the trees. My mouth was dry, my palms slick on the wheel. My mind scrambled for explanations. Maybe there were multiple people dressed the same way. Maybe there was some small, winding parallel road through the trees I couldn't see, and she was walking along it. But that didn't explain how she kept getting ahead of me. The next 30 miles were torture. Every shadow at the roadside made my chest tighten. My eyes darted constantly between the pavement ahead and the mirrors, half expecting to see her suddenly appear in my back seat. At one point, I thought I saw movement in the passenger side mirror, a flicker, like someone leaning forward, but when I turned my head, the seat was empty. I laughed under my breath, but it came out too tight, too nervous. When I finally saw lights up ahead, I nearly sagged with relief. A gas station, glowing weakly against the black. I pulled in too fast, tires crunching on the gravel. The place was open, but barely. Just a single attendant inside, a guy in his 20s who looked half asleep behind the counter. I filled the tank, then went inside to grab a coffee just for an excuse to stay in the light a little longer. The guy glanced up when I came in. "Quiet night," he said. "Yeah," I replied, trying to keep my voice casual. "You ever see anyone out walking on this road at night? Like a woman in a light coat?" His brow furrowed. "Not around here. Ain't nothing for miles either way." I tried to laugh it off. "Guess I'm just tired. Seen the same person 3 times tonight." His face changed at that. He didn't smile, didn't even blink. "You sure about that?" I nodded slowly. "Yeah. Why?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced toward the windows like he was checking to make sure no one was outside. "You should get back on the main interstate," he said finally. "Don't take 64 all the way." I frowned. "It's the fastest route." "Maybe," he said. "But you ain't the first one to say they seen someone out here. And the ones who keep going." He trailed off, then shook his head. "Just don't." I wanted to ask more, but he looked like he'd already said more than he meant to. I left with my coffee, feeling more unsettled than before. The interstate turnoff he'd mentioned was only a couple miles up, but when I got there, I hesitated. It would add almost an hour to my trip, and despite the warning, a part of me felt like taking the detour would be giving in to fear. So stupidly, I stayed on Route 64. It wasn't 20 minutes before I regretted it. I rounded a bend, and there she was, standing dead center in my lane. My heart lurched, and I slammed on the brakes so hard my seatbelt cut into my shoulder. The tires screamed against the pavement, the car shuddering as I fought to keep it straight. I stopped just feet from her. My hands shook on the wheel, and I could feel my pulse in my throat. She didn't move, didn't flinch at the sound of my car skidding. Her head tilted just slightly to the side like she was studying me. That was when I saw her face clearly for the first time. Her skin was so pale it almost glowed, and her eyes, God, her eyes, were just dark hollows, blacker than the night around us. I threw the car into reverse without thinking, the engine whining as I backed up fast. But when I glanced away from her for a split second to check behind me, then looked back, she was gone. The road ahead was empty. I didn't even stop to process it. I slammed the car into drive and floored it, not caring about the curves or the speed limit. My hands were numb on the wheel, my breathing shallow. I didn't slow down for anything. I didn't see her again, but the entire rest of the drive, I couldn't shake the feeling that if I looked in the mirror, she'd be sitting in the back seat. When I finally pulled into my driveway in Raleigh at nearly 3 a.m., I didn't turn the car off right away. I sat there, engine idling, staring into the dark behind me. Only when I was sure I was alone did I grab my bag and rush inside, locking the door behind me. I didn't sleep that night. And even now, every time I drive at night and see the pale flash of someone by the roadside, my chest tightens because I know it's possible she's still out there, waiting. Story the end. The rain had started just after sunset, one of those slow, steady drizzles that slick the roads without really seeming threatening at first. The wipers on my old Chevy truck worked in their steady rhythm, swishing away the beads of water that reflected the scattered glow of street lamps. I had a long drive ahead of me, 3 hours on mostly empty rural highways between my cousin's place in Kansas and my apartment back in Missouri, and I was already regretting leaving so late. It wasn't that I was afraid of driving at night. I'd done it plenty of times before. But that particular stretch of road between Pittsburgh and Joplin always gave me a weird feeling. Sparse traffic, no cell service in some parts, and huge gaps between small towns. The kind of road where you could drive 20 minutes without seeing another set of headlights. Still, it was supposed to be a straightforward trip. I had music playing low, a thermos of coffee on the passenger seat, and the heater going just enough to fight off the damp chill. I had been on the road for about 30 minutes when the rain picked up, heavy enough to make me slow down. The highway curved lazily through flat farmland, dotted occasionally with clusters of bare trees. That's when I saw the first sign something wasn't right. There was a car pulled over on the shoulder, hazard lights blinking faintly in the misty rain. As I got closer, I could make out a dark sedan, maybe 10 or 15 years old, with the driver's side door wide open. Nobody was inside. The interior light was on, and the windshield wipers were still going, which told me the engine was probably running. I slowed down out of instinct, looking to see if anyone was walking along the shoulder or maybe crouched down by a flat tire. But there was no one. Not even in the field beside the road. Just the car, door open, rain pooling on the driver's seat. I thought about stopping, but something about the scene didn't sit right with me. I've worked enough odd jobs and met enough sketchy people to know that sometimes things like that are a setup. A lone car in the middle of nowhere at night, no driver in sight, it didn't feel like a normal breakdown. I drove past, glancing in the rearview mirror until the blinking hazards disappeared into the fog behind me. For the next 20 minutes, nothing unusual happened, but that sense of unease lingered. The road had grown darker as the few distant farmhouses gave way to long, empty stretches. The rain came down harder, streaking the windshield despite the wiper's best effort. My coffee was cooling in the cup holder, untouched. That's when I saw another vehicle ahead, this time parked at a diagonal across part of the road. I slowed way down. The truck, an older Ford, had one headlight out and its driver's door was closed, but the passenger side hung wide open. A figure was standing in front of the truck, partly illuminated by its working headlight. I thought maybe they were trying to flag me down, but they weren't waving, just standing there, motionless. I eased my truck toward the opposite lane, planning to pass wide. As I got closer, I saw that the figure was a man in a dark jacket, hood up. He didn't look at me, didn't move at all as I rolled by at maybe 20 miles per hour. But when I glanced into my side mirror, I could swear I saw him turn his head and start walking toward the road behind me. I pressed a little harder on the gas, telling myself it was nothing, probably just someone whose truck had died and didn't want to talk in the rain. Still, I couldn't shake the prickling at the back of my neck. 2 abandoned-looking vehicles within half an hour, both with doors left open. I tried to distract myself with the radio, but the station started fading in and out as I hit one of those dead zones. Static hissed through the speakers, and I eventually turned it off. The only sounds left were the steady drone of my tires on wet asphalt and the rhythmic slap of the wipers. Somewhere past the halfway point to Joplin, I saw headlights in my rearview mirror for the first time all night. They appeared suddenly, cresting a small hill far behind me. Normally, seeing another car was comforting in a place like this, but not tonight. I kept an eye on them as they slowly got closer, the beams cutting through the rain. When they were maybe 200 yards back, they seemed to match my speed exactly. Not gaining, not falling behind. Just following. I told myself I was imagining it, but my grip on the steering wheel tightened. I tried speeding up a little. Nothing reckless, just 10 miles over the limit, but the headlights stayed right there behind me. After about 5 minutes of this, my nerves were starting to fray. I decided to pull off at the next gas station, which I knew was coming up in about 10 miles. If they pulled in too, I'd know for sure something was off. The rain kept coming, hammering the roof, and the road seemed to stretch on endlessly. The glow of the station finally appeared ahead, one of those small, old-fashioned ones with just 2 pumps and a flickering sign. I pulled in, parking under the awning near the pumps, and glanced in my mirror. The headlights didn't follow me in. Instead, they rolled slowly past on the highway. I exhaled, feeling stupid for getting worked up. Maybe it was just someone else making the same late drive. I went inside, bought a refill for my coffee, and chatted briefly with the tired-looking clerk, a man in his 60s. "Rough night to be on the road," he said, ringing me up. "Yeah," I replied. "Weird night, too. Saw a couple cars just abandoned out there." The clerk frowned slightly. "Out on 171? I nodded. He hesitated, then leaned in a bit. "You be careful. That's not the first time folks have said that. Sometimes people vanish along that stretch. Cops never find much." I gave a half-nervous laugh, not sure how seriously he meant it, and headed back out to my truck. The rain was lighter now, just a mist, but the cold had seeped into my bones. I got back on the road, eager to finish the last leg of the trip. About 15 minutes later, just past a curve where the highway dipped between two wooded hills, I saw movement in the distance. At first, I thought it was just another car with its hazards on, but as I got closer, I realized it was a person standing right in the middle of my lane. I slowed down quickly, heart pounding. The figure was a woman, barefoot, wearing what looked like a thin nightgown soaked through with rain. Her hair hung in wet strands around her face, and she didn't react at all to my approaching headlights. I rolled to a stop maybe 20 feet away, unsure of what to do. She didn't move. I reached for my phone to call 911, but remembered I was still in a dead zone. No signal. I honked the horn lightly. She flinched, then slowly turned her head toward me. Even through the rain-streaked windshield, I could see her eyes were wide and unblinking. Her lips moved, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. A chill ran down my spine. Every instinct screamed at me not to get out of the truck. Then, without warning, she bolted, darting off the road and vanishing into the tree line. I sat there for a few seconds, staring at the spot where she'd disappeared. The rain pattered softly on the roof. Finally, I eased the truck forward, scanning the roadside for any sign of her. There was nothing. When I finally rolled back into the open farmland, I let out a long breath I didn't know I'd been holding. I just wanted the night to be over. But it wasn't. About 20 minutes from home, I saw headlights behind me again. Only this time, they weren't far away. They were right on my bumper, blinding in my rearview mirror. I sped up. They sped up. I slowed down. They slowed down. My pulse was hammering. I tried to focus on the road, but the glare made it hard to see. I thought about pulling over, but there was nowhere safe, just narrow shoulders and dark fields. Then, without warning, the headlights swerved violently into the opposite lane and pulled up alongside me. I turned my head just in time to see a dark sedan, the same kind I'd seen abandoned earlier, matching my speed. The driver's window was down, and the man inside was smiling. Not a friendly smile. A wide, fixed grin that didn't reach his eyes. He lifted one hand and waved slowly, almost mockingly. I looked back at the road, heart racing, and pressed the accelerator to the floor. My truck roared and I started to pull ahead, but the sedan stayed right with me for a few seconds before suddenly dropping back. When I glanced in the mirror again, it was gone. Not slowing in the distance. Gone. As if it had vanished into the night. I didn't stop until I was in my apartment parking lot, locking the door behind me and standing there in the quiet, trying to make sense of it. But even now, I can't, because when I went out to my truck the next morning, there were muddy, barefoot prints on the driver's side door, and they were facing inward. Story the end. The road was empty, except for the dull glow of my headlights cutting through the night. I was driving alone on a stretch of highway just outside of Tulsa, Oklahoma, heading home after a late-night shift at the diner. The clock on the dashboard read 2:14 a.m., and the world outside was quiet except for the steady hum of the engine, the occasional chirp of crickets. It had been a long night. The diner was slow after midnight, with only a few regulars drifting in and out. Most of the customers were truckers or insomniacs looking for a greasy bite and a hot coffee to keep them going. I was tired but relieved to be done with my shift. All I wanted was to get home, shower, and crawl into bed. The night air was cool and crisp, a little breeze sneaking in through the cracked window. About 20 miles down the highway, I passed a small gas station that was still open. Its neon sign flickered sporadically, casting an eerie light across the empty parking lot. I considered stopping for a soda, but decided against it. I was eager to get home and didn't want to waste time. As I drove on, the road began to narrow and twist slightly. Tall trees lined both sides, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. My headlights barely penetrated the shadows, and I felt a familiar chill that always came with driving alone at night through remote areas. The kind of chill that makes you keep one hand on the steering wheel and the other near the door lock. I adjusted the radio, flipping through stations until I found a late-night talk show. The host was rambling about local legends and ghost stories. An odd choice for me, but the steady voice was strangely comforting. Then, out of nowhere, I saw something on the side of the road, a figure standing just beyond the trees. At first, I thought it was a hitchhiker, but the figure was motionless, almost statue-like. I slowed down, squinting to get a better look. It was a man, or at least he looked like one, wearing what seemed to be an old, tattered coat. His face was obscured by shadow, and he was staring directly at the road. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. Normally, I wouldn't pick up a stranger this late, especially in the middle of nowhere. But something about the man unsettled me beyond the usual caution. I pressed the accelerator, driving past him without stopping. The car's tires kicked up gravel, and the figure didn't move an inch. I shook off the unease and told myself it was just a guy standing out late, maybe waiting for a ride or trying to flag down help. The road straightened out, and I glanced at the rearview mirror. For a moment, I thought I saw the man standing on the shoulder, but when I blinked, he was gone. I sighed, rolling my eyes at myself for letting paranoia get the better of me. Just a late-night drive, nothing more. But then the radio cut out, leaving the car in sudden silence except for the engine. The screen on the dash flickered, then went black. My phone signal disappeared too. No bars, no notifications, just empty space. I cursed under my breath. This part of the highway was notorious for bad reception, but now the darkness outside seemed heavier, thicker. Suddenly, a pair of headlights appeared behind me, far too close for comfort. I glanced in the rearview mirror, heart pounding. A pickup truck was tailgating me aggressively, its high beams glaring straight into my eyes. I tried to slow down to let it pass, but the driver matched my speed, refusing to overtake. A wave of panic washed over me. What if this guy was following me? I scanned the road ahead for the next exit or a place to pull over, but there was nothing, just trees and darkness stretching on. I flicked on my hazards and slowed even more, hoping the truck would pass, but it stayed glued to my bumper. The radio crackled back to life, static filling the speakers before a distorted voice whispered through the speakers, "Turn off the road, turn off the road." My fingers clenched the wheel tighter. I wanted to scream, but the words caught in my throat. I forced myself to ignore the message and focused on driving. The truck followed relentlessly. At the next bend, I saw a dirt side road branching off into the trees. On impulse, I turned sharply onto it, praying it led somewhere safe. The pickup's headlights disappeared behind me for a moment, but then they reappeared, brighter than ever, cutting through the forest like a predator. I floored the accelerator, gravel spraying as I raced deeper into the side road. The trees closed in, branches scraping the car like claws. The truck stayed behind, relentless. Then, without warning, the truck's lights vanished. The road was pitch black again, but I could still feel the weight of something behind me, watching, waiting. I stopped the car and turned off the engine, my breath coming in shallow gasps. Silence engulfed the clearing, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl. I looked in the rearview mirror. The pickup truck was gone. For a moment I thought maybe I had imagined the entire thing. The man on the side of the road, the threatening truck, the whispered radio message. Then, a faint tapping sounded on the driver's side window. My heart stopped. I slowly turned my head toward the noise. The glass was fogged, and outside a pale hand with unnaturally long fingers was pressed against the window. No face. just the hand. I slammed the door locked and hit the gas, tearing back onto the main highway. The truck was nowhere in sight. The radio finally returned to normal, playing static-laden country music. I didn't stop until I reached the city limits, where streetlights and other cars filled the road. I pulled over at a 24-hour diner, hands shaking as I told the waitress about what had just happened. She looked at me with tired eyes and said, "You're lucky you got away. That road's got a bad history. People say it's cursed." I left the diner, glancing back at the dark highway behind me. The night swallowed everything again, but I wasn't going back out there. I never found out what was chasing me that night, but every time I drive late on those roads, I check my mirrors and the back seat. Story the end. The night had settled thick and heavy over the endless stretch of highway. The kind of night where the moon hides behind thick clouds and the only light comes from the dim glow of distant towns and the streak of headlights cutting through the darkness. Jason was alone in his old sedan, his hands gripping the steering wheel a little tighter than usual as he drove through the back roads of rural Alabama. The radio played softly. Classic rock, static crackling now and then, barely keeping the silence at bay. He'd been driving for nearly 3 hours, trying to get from his friend's place in Birmingham down to Mobile, where his sister was waiting. The trip wasn't usually this late, but his friend's birthday had run long, and now Jason was navigating roads he barely knew, with only a vague GPS signal flickering on his phone. His headlights illuminated the edges of dense forest, thick pines that seemed to lean closer with every mile. He felt watched, though he told himself it was just the nerves from driving alone at night on unfamiliar roads. Jason had always liked night drives, something peaceful about the quiet, the road stretching ahead with no distractions. But tonight felt different. Every time he glanced at the rearview mirror, he thought he saw a pair of headlights far behind him, but when he looked again, there was nothing. He chalked it up to his imagination, maybe a trick of the trees, shadows playing on the glass. His pulse quickened anyway. About 20 minutes later, the fuel gauge dipped dangerously low. Jason frowned and pulled off at the next exit, spotting a faded sign for a gas station up ahead. The building looked like it hadn't been updated since the 80s, neon lights flickering weakly, the pumps rusty. He parked under the dim canopy and cut the engine. The silence felt even heavier outside the car. The gas station was nearly empty, save for an old man behind the counter and a single trucker sipping coffee in the corner. Jason stepped inside, his boots echoing on the cracked linoleum floor. He paid for gas and grabbed a soda from the fridge, trying to shake off the creeping feeling that he wasn't alone in that stillness. As he waited for the tank to fill, his phone buzzed with a text from his sister. "Be careful driving tonight, okay?" He smiled, typing back a quick "will do." Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the brittle branches overhead. Jason stepped back into his car, shut the door, and noticed something odd. His rearview mirror reflected one, but two pairs of headlights flashing intermittently behind him, though when he looked directly, the road was empty. Shrugging it off, he pulled back onto the highway. Not long after, the feeling intensified. Every curve seemed to bring a chill crawling up his spine, and his headlights caught movement at the edge of the trees, something dark standing just beyond the shoulder. A shape that wasn't quite human, but not animal either. It vanished whenever he blinked, leaving only a faint rustling in the underbrush. Jason told himself to stay calm, maybe a deer or a trick of the light, but then his phone buzzed again. A text from an unknown number. "Don't look back." He froze, heart thumping loudly in the quiet car. He typed a quick reply. "Who is this?" No answer. His eyes darted to the rearview mirror. The headlights were back, closer now. Not a car, too wide, too low. He blinked hard, and the image twisted, revealing a figure hunched low over the road, eyes reflecting a harsh yellow glow. Jason slammed on the brakes. The car screeched and fishtailed on the slick pavement. His hands shook as he looked again. The figure was gone. He forced his breathing to slow, took a moment, then eased forward. The road stretched on, empty and cold. He told himself to keep driving until he hit the next town. Minutes later, the radio sputtered and died. Static hissed, then silence. The headlights behind him flickered back on, too bright, unnaturally so, closing in fast. Jason's grip tightened, the engine revving as he accelerated. The figure appeared again, this time standing directly in the middle of the road, illuminated by his high beams. Jason swerved sharply to avoid it, tires skidding off the pavement into the gravel shoulder. His heart pounded, adrenaline surging. He looked back. No headlights, no figure. Just the dark forest pressing in. Trying to steady himself, he started the car again, but the engine sputtered and died. The dashboard flickered weakly before going dark. Jason's breath caught in his throat. He fumbled for his phone. Dead. No signal. Panic clawed at him. The night pressed closer, suffocating. He grabbed the keys, stepped out, and looked down the road. Nothing. Just black. From the woods, a low growl echoed, a guttural sound that didn't belong to any animal he knew. The hairs on his neck stood on end. He stepped back toward the car, then froze. There, at the edge of the trees, two eyes glowed like coals. Slowly, the figure stepped into the moonlight. It was tall, impossibly thin, with limbs too long for its body, its face twisted and unreadable. It moved without sound, a predator stalking its prey. Jason scrambled back into the car, locking the doors. The figure reached the driver's side window, placing a long, spindly hand against the glass. The skin looked cracked, like dry leather stretched too thin. Jason's breath fogged the window as he tried to think. The engine was dead. The car was a coffin. He noticed the keys still in the ignition. He turned the key again, desperate. The engine coughed, then roared to life. Jason slammed the gear into drive and floored the accelerator. The figure lurched backward, disappearing into the shadows. The car bounced wildly on the gravel shoulder as Jason fought to get back on the road. Once steady, he didn't slow. Ahead, he saw the faint glow of a town's streetlights. Relief flooded him. But as he neared the edge of town, his headlights caught movement again. This time, a group of figures standing along the roadside. Faces blurred, mouths open in silent screams, eyes hollow and dark. Jason swerved, heart pounding. Suddenly, his car veered uncontrollably to the left. He slammed the brakes, skidding to a stop near a weathered sign. Welcome to Fairview. Jason sat frozen, sweat pouring down his face. He glanced around. The figures had vanished. His phone buzzed again, a new text from the same unknown number. You can never leave. His blood ran cold. He looked back down the highway. The road stretched endlessly, twisting into the dark forest. He wanted to run, to drive, to scream, but the night had other plans. Story the end. It was just past midnight when Jake pulled off the interstate onto a narrow, two-lane country road that sliced through the backwoods of western Pennsylvania. The dashboard clock glowed 12:04 a.m., its red digits faint in the dark cab of his old Ford pickup. He was tired, eyes heavy from hours on the road, but he still had another 2 hours before home. The GPS said there was no alternative. This was the only way around the closed highway up ahead. Jake had been driving since early morning, hauling freight across states, a routine he'd done for years. But tonight, something felt off. The kind of off you don't notice until the silence presses in and the road seems longer than it should be. The radio was dead, no signal this far out. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the steady crunch of tires over the cracked asphalt. Trees loomed close on both sides, their branches clawing at the sky. Fog was rolling in low, slick and white, swallowing the edges of the road. About 15 minutes in, he saw the first sign of life, a flickering porch light from a cabin set back among the trees. A small mailbox with peeling paint sat crooked at the end of the gravel driveway. He glanced at it. Maple Hollow. A name that sounded like it belonged in a horror movie. Jake shook off the unease, probably just some rural folk up late. He checked the rearview mirror and noticed the silhouette of another vehicle several hundred feet behind him. A dark SUV, no headlights on. Just a shape following him. His stomach tightened. He hit the brakes lightly, watching the SUV slow too. It didn't pass, didn't flash its lights, just stayed back. Maybe the driver was lost or cautious on the narrow road. Jake pressed the accelerator and kept going, heart pounding a little faster. As he rounded a bend, the fog thickened, and the yellow lines on the road vanished under a veil of mist. The headlights caught movement on the roadside, a figure standing just beyond the tree line facing the road. He slammed on the brakes. The figure stepped out onto the asphalt. Tall, thin, dressed in dark clothes, face obscured by a hood. Jake's breath caught. The truck shuddered to a stop less than 20 feet away. The figure raised a hand, motioning for him to roll down the window. Against every instinct screaming at him, Jake cracked the window a few inches. "You lost?" The voice was low, gravelly. "I'm just passing through. Highway up ahead is closed." The figure nodded slowly. "You're close to the old bridge. It's not safe to cross." Jake's eyes narrowed. He knew of the bridge, an old iron structure that was closed for repairs months ago, but his GPS insisted the only detour was right over it. "Thanks," Jake said, trying to keep his voice steady. "I'll find another way." The figure stayed silent, then stepped back into the fog. Jake sat frozen, the fog curling around the truck like smoke. When he finally released his breath, the figure was gone. He checked the GPS again. No alternate routes, just the thin line crossing the river. The SUV behind him had disappeared. His grip tightened on the steering wheel. He drove on, the bridge looming ahead, creaking faintly in the night wind. The boards were rotten, gaps visible between the planks. Jake's headlights caught the rusted ironwork, swollen with moss and damp. He edged onto the bridge slowly, tires crunching on wood that sounded fragile, every creak echoing. Halfway across, the truck shuddered suddenly. The engine sputtered, then died. The dashboard went dark. Jake's heart thudded in his ears as the truck coasted, inching forward on the old bridge, nothing but fog and shadow on either side. He reached to restart the engine, but the key wouldn't turn. Panic rose like bile. Suddenly, from the fog ahead, a figure appeared. The same tall, hooded figure, standing in the middle of the bridge, blocking the path. Jake slammed the horn, but it was swallowed by the mist. The figure didn't move. Jake threw the truck into reverse, sliding back on the slick planks. The figure's face came into view. A pale, gaunt face with hollow black eyes staring through him. Jake's breath froze. With a roar, the engine finally turned over and Jake floored the accelerator, blasting back off the bridge. Behind him, a terrible creaking sound as if the bridge itself was groaning in anger. He didn't look back. The SUV reappeared at the far end of the bridge, its headlights blinding. The driver waved frantically, but Jake didn't stop. He drove until the road opened into a stretch of highway, signs of civilization flickering ahead. Hours later, Jake was at a gas station, still shaking. The attendant asked if he was okay. "Just a long night," Jake said, avoiding the man's eyes. When he got home, he found a folded note slipped under his windshield wiper. It read, "Not all roads lead home." Jake never drove that route again. Story the end.